Shut up.
Good morning. Just thought I would show you guys a little peek behind the scenes of the channel, if you will.
Yeah, I think he could do with a new updated figure. We haven't had a Sid since earlier on in the line where he's wearing his blue trunks, essentially when he was kind of in that Hogan-y feud in the early 90s. But I think it's time that we have to we re-release a Sid. I'd keep the same posing mechanism. I don't see there's any point in changing it, and I don't think Hasbro would have changed it for obvious reasons. I'd have given him a new head, though. I'd have given him a shouting, angry head, kind of a bit like the Toy Biz one, with the slightly shorter hair and curlier ringlet-y kind of thing going on. But I'd given him an angry, shouty face. I would have done a moulded waistcoat on him as well. The black trunks, black moulded waistcoat. I think that look of him walking down to the ring's too iconic to kind of ditch it for his in-ring just the trunks look. And I think given Hasbro did a lot of waistcoat moulds, it's not out of the question that they would have done that like they did with Razor, Smoking Guns, etc. But again though, I'd give them the same mechanism, the Gorilla Press, Gorilla Slam one. So that's Sid. So I'm now on to my last one before I hand it over.
No.
I'd give them the same mechanism, the Gorilla Press, Gorilla Slam one. So that's Sid. So I'm now on to my...
Just doing some editing this morning, giving people a peek behind the curtain of what they don't see. This is one of our pre-tape shows that we don't do live, that I'm in the process of working on. Where are we at? 2706. Let's shift this screen over here. Okay. Oh, not what I need. Okay. Oh, I don't need that. I'm going to ungroup that. Perfect. All right. Fox, who is your last pick?
Last one before I hand it over. And I was chosen out of the one I've chosen. It was out of two. Bargain binners. It was out of two. I won't tell you who I didn't go for. But I have just said his name in that sentence.
Tease.
I'll leave it at that. I've gone with the Executioner.
Forgot he picked the Executioner. Not a bad one, but there's that. We need to download this. And come over here and put this guy in here. That guy right there. Slide it over
there. And I've chosen his match with Undertaker, from the match that he had with Undertaker at the Armageddon Rules match. In your house. He obviously assisted Mankind as well with a match against Taker, like at the Buried Alive match, which was prior to my picking. So he's there and he's kicking about and he's doing stuff. And I know, at this time, I don't know that he's not going to be there for very long, but he's doing some stuff with the Undertaker at this moment in time. And the mask as well. Yeah. But we don't know who that is, obviously. But I'm going to throw the extra. I think he's a fun Hasbro character. He's just got that look about him. I think I'd possibly go for Jim Duggan pose for him. Obviously his mask could be on, but would he have accessories?
Gotta fix this.
Because did he carry an axe all the
BRB.
time, like the scythe axe thing? Did he always have that every entrance in his short?
I don't know if he always feel like you'd need to give it.
You'd have to have it, wouldn't you? Yeah, and you do the
poetic as hell.
But the cape could be removable as well, an easy molded removable style one that you just clip on the back of the neck. You know, like the kind of rubbery ones that you got with Batman figures that just kind of clipped around the neck and you just
or like
kind of like a Ricky Steamboat kind of thing, like that kind of like not the same thing, but the kind of the spirit of it.
No,
like
I'm trying to think if there's anybody else who I can think of.
I'm thinking of the TRT Beverly Brothers.
Yeah, the way that it clips around the neck and it's slightly flexible, but then that kind of thing, and I think that would be pretty straightforward. I don't think that would break the bank to do, because you could realistically reuse that mold for other King of the Ring kind of things, maybe at other times, maybe just throwing it out there.
Maybe.
Repaint it, do a lot more with it. So yeah, I'd go with. I think personally, I think that the Duggan molds out of what we've got is probably a good one given stature size. He didn't really have that much going on signature wise for it to matter that much, about other specific arm things going on. Yeah, I mean, did he? But even what he did have, it was like I still think that the Duggan mold's the best overall.
More to come on that.
Okay, fair.
I don't know why it's not showing on the screen.
Yeah. Okay.
Showing on my screen.
I'll stay with Duggan. I'm going to stick with Duggan and just reuse Duggan. I think considering we're spending money on the cape and the axe, we need to just reuse other parts that we've already got and not spend on new tooling for body. Right. And that's me done with mine. And based on that, I think we're going to hear a word from one of our wonderful sponsors.
And we click that. We do it over here. We do that. Back that guy up. And we need adverts. We need to download that. Do R&R.
Done with mine, and based on that, I think we're gonna.
Rock and Roll Collectibles is the
Or did I cut that in the wrong spot?
Body. Right. And that's me done with mine, and based on that, I think we're gonna.
I did. Son of a bitch. Cut too much. Not enough, I should say.
Hear a word from one of our wonderful sponsors.
Right there's where we need to be. How to fuck that up? Remove that.
Already got and not spend on new tooling for body.
Oh shit, I forgot to put the picture in.
And that's me done with mine, and based on
it's there. We gotta
with the Executioner.
Train.
Right. And that's me done with mine. And based on that, I think we're going to hear a word from one of our wonderful sponsors.
Rock and Roll Collectibles is the UK's leading independent nostalgia-filled merchandise store. So if it's exclusive wrestling figures, trading cards and Funko Pops, or music, pop culture, or horror-themed treasures that you're after, make the trip to their Birmingham-based store or head to www.rockandrollcollectibles.com.
Okay, it'll be over to Joe when we come back in.
Yep.
So whenever you're ready, Joseph.
And we're back.
Oh,
All right. So thank you to our wonderful sponsors as always. So this is going to be interesting because you'll find out soon. So sorry, let me tell you my months first.
Okay.
July of 1996 and September of 1996.
What up, Paul? You're 100% correct.
September specifically, Mind Games is, in my opinion, one of the more noteworthy, famous in your houses if you go back, you know. So very excited to have that.
And this is
My first
unseen.
pick.
This is the next episode.
No surprise. That's why I had it here. Hunter Hearst Helmsley, he didn't do anything incredibly.
That is, we'll say 32, 15. We'll say, wait a minute. Where is the rest of I did all of his. Fuck that noise. I'll come back through and timestamp it later. Oh no, I better do it now. Oh, I closed it out. That's what fucking happened. I had to close it out and restart. Okay, we're too deep into the game now.
Hunter Hearst Helmsley, he didn't do anything incredibly.
Oh, we can start.
Back, you know.
3211. Just keep up with it from this point forward. $32.11 is J. Oh my God. Oh, motherfucker. Are you kidding me right now? Joe's first pick. I think Joe's goes through them pretty quickly because there's a lot of picking back up.
So very excited to have that. My first pick is no surprise. That's why I had it here. Hunter Hearst Helmsley, he didn't do anything incredibly
next Sunday and Monday,
noteworthy
probably.
during my months.
It's not like
but
I got anything else to
as
do.
Mark stated, he won the Intercontinental title this half of the year. This is pretty much exactly what I was imagining. The Virgil mold, for those watching on YouTube, obviously you're seeing it. For those watching on Spotify, this is one that I made. And it could, I think, be the complete Virgil upper body. I did a custom torso, but I think with complete Virgil upper body, new molded legs with the exact same attire that Mark was saying. I had him coming with that IC title as well. So there you go. Boom. So I think that's that.
Cool.
Okay, pick number 1 out of the way. What do we have next? We have 3317. So I need to come over here and here. 3317. Joe's second pick. And pop that button back over here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have him coming with the IC title. I had my next pick coming with the IC title,
okay.
which is Ahmed Johnson. So
back to back, 2 guys. Put Ahmed right there. Did we fade Hunter in? Yeah. 33:30 is where we need to go with our time. Oh, we're already there. Ahmed Johnson.
So interesting, right?
Yep.
So the difference for me is, and I said I was going to shout out Hastel with my picks. I haven't got it yet, but the new Ahmed Johnson that Hastel put out with the Gorilla Press, that's pretty much exactly what I'm imagining here. And I had him coming with the IC title. So Gorilla Press Ahmed Johnson, man, that figure looks really good. So shout out to Hastel.
Which color IC title, if you don't mind me asking, Joe?
So I
details
had him
matter.
coming with a black one, but honestly, if he had the gold one, did he have the gold one at that point?
Yeah.
If he did, yeah. I missed that detail, so I would agree with you then if it's the gold one. Yeah.
Cool.
Fade this guy in and out. 34:23 is our next timestamp. 34:23 editing studio. 34:23. Yeah, this is what you don't see, Paul. This is the work that goes into every fucking episode that we shoot.
So I mean, that's pretty cool. And then next one I have, thankfully, is not one that Mark picked.
Yay. 34:36. Oh, we're already there. Let's hide that. We'll delete that so y'all aren't looking at Dallas's fucking crotch. Okay. Who's next?
So I brought a custom skip that I made here, and the reason for this is I would bring out Zip. So a couple.
Oh, that's right. They did skip in another episode. You gotta have Zip. You gotta create the tag team series, if you will. So let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, we need to add the picture. There's Skip. No. Okay, so Skip is... okay, we have an issue here. Let me make sure I'm just not missing something. I think Skip is supposed to be Zip. So let's go over here. Houston, we have a problem. Let's go over here. Fig. Pod logistics. Small problem. For the pick of zip, I have a skip. JPD. All right, let's let them work that one out. We'll come over here and we're gonna put zip in here because I'm pretty positive he said zip. They're gonna have to give me the right picture for that though. I'm gonna put that in as a placeholder.
From
Oh shit. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, okay.
a couple series removed.
Situated there. Kill that. Don't need it. Back that up right there. Well, bam.
From our skip, and I would basically I think this is the first time we're doing this where we're using parts from one of our series. So I would basically reuse the skip mold with a new head. So and then you have matching attires, which might be a little bit inaccurate because I think they changed up their attires a little bit since our skip figure was released, but I still think Hasbro wise it would look pretty cool. Both of them matching attires, you know what I mean?
Cool.
So those are all my picks from July. September 1996.
Give me just a second, guys. I'm gonna look at something and see if I can maybe do this way so it can be a little bit easier on me. I'm not shifting from cam to cam and screen to screen. I think I can. Yes, I can. Perfect. So I won't have to be moving around all over the place. Just bear with me 1 minute. There we go. No, I don't have to fuck with that no more. Okay.
Mind Games. Another pick that I think might make it through.
Joe, fourth pick, Mankind. I remember that one. I get the picture in there.
Is Mankind?
Yep.
From Mind Games. So I did something different. I've been thinking about this for a long time. And I'm gonna fight for this mold, okay? The Skinner style mold. So, for those of you who don't have, anybody watching this knows they're Hasbros, I'm sure, or listening. There's no articulation for the neck or for the waist. Warrior, I believe, had this in one of the earlier series too. So the reason I'm choosing this. It would be obviously an all new mold, but Mankind has such like dangly like hair and the shirt hung down a little bit. You're going to be able to capture all that sculpting really nice without the articulation cuts. And then you've got the action with the boots here.
Good morning.
Probably pick that up, some ASMR.
Juicy.
You know, yeah, That's what I'm thinking for Mankind there. And so he's got the mandible claw in one hand and everything like that. Same type of action. And he also comes with, to make it really specific to the time period, he comes with a tombstone accessory that says Mind Games on it.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
All for that.
Pretty cool. Maybe it's just the tombstone, or maybe it's got like a little like molded on like dirt base, so it can stand up a little easier. Whatever you guys think.
But wouldn't that not be the Buried Alive pay-per-view, not Mind Games?
But it was used as the thing, wasn't it? The like logo. Thought it was.
No, it was a skull with the Mankind mask on with the googly eyes.
Oh, son of a bitch! I thought this was.
I've got to win somehow.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
I thought this was gonna be.
Well, this is like War Tony with Jax.
Well,
okay.
Mankind needs. We'll go back to Mankind because there's a lot to discuss with that one going through. There might be some agreements to be made anyway.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Meeting in the middle, so to speak.
For those listening on Spotify, this is the maddest Mark's ever looked at me, I think. So we'll see what happens.
He's actually smiling.
Anymore.
He's smiling as well.
Smiling on the outside. Yeah.
It's like,
all right. So
the banter between these three is funny as shit to me. Let's do fade. Oh, bam.
Next pick, anyways.
38-24.
Is somebody who I'm surprised hasn't made it through yet. And that would be Savio Vega.
Let's get Savio. I think... No, we won't do that.
And I'm gonna do the IRS mold or action rather.
That's a great shout, actually.
Would be pretty cool, and you can reuse the legs completely for Savio, and then obviously different torso and clearly different head. But I think the same stomping action works well. The way that the action is made, the torso is a little thicker naturally, so the leg has somewhere to go. And I think that works because Savio was a bit of a thicker fella. So that works nice.
Okay.
And then my last pick
as well. Long overdue.
Yes,
as well,
long overdue for sure. Yep. My last pick here is
Judy
a jumper. What's that?
Mm-hmm. I thought you were going to say Judy Martin, but you're
not,
are you?
I wish.
Come on,
almost. A jumper with all new tooling, but not his first time in the Hasbro line. The Sultan. So
Nice.
Fatu comes back repackaged. As a kid, I had no idea that was Fatu. When I learned it a little bit older, I was mind blown.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the best. Like, it's up there with Repo Man in the sense of like, was a character, now a new character, and unless you know, you don't know, and you'd never know. But that was such a great kind of contrast, man.
And what a fun looking figure. Like with all the tooling and everything like that. And with this figure, I am going to use my manager card to give us somebody that it's going to piss everybody off. But we're going to get in a suit Bob Backlund to come with him. So
wow. Okay.
We miss
We're going to do this to make this right. All right, we need to drop everything down. That needs to come down. This needs to come down. This needs to come down. Actually, before I do that, let's do this. Let's bring it back here and make sure that our fade's in right.
Bigger podcast.
Nope. So let's remove that and do it again.
Action Figure Podcast.
Welcome everybody to the Alternate Wrestling Figure Podcast. I'm Fox, and as per usual, I'm joined by Joe.
Hello, Joe, JPD.
Hello.
What happened there?
Customs. Good.
Alright, all that's good. We need to take this, do that. We need to kill this. And do that. Let's come down here and take a peek.
And that's me done with mine. And based on that, I think we're going to hear a word from one of our wonderful sponsors.
Rock and Roll Collectibles is the UK's leading independent nostalgia-filled merchandise store. So if it's exclusive wrestling figures, trading cards and Funko Pops, or music, pop culture, or horror-themed treasures that you're after, make the trip to their Birmingham.
Okay, so now we gotta get the Sultan and Bob Backlund on the same screen at the same time. Let's see what we can do here to make that happen.
So Fatu comes back repackaged. As a kid, I had no idea that was Fatu. When I learned it a little bit older, I was mind blown.
Yeah, it was one of the best. Like, it's up there with Repo Man in the sense of like, was a character, now a new character, and unless you know, you don't know, and you'd never know. But that was such a great kind of contrast, man.
And what a fun looking figure. Like with all the tooling and everything like that. And with this figure, I am going to use my manager card to give us somebody that it's going to piss everybody off. But we're going to get in a suit Bob Backlund.
Okay, so let's see what we can do to make them both fit. this guy. Get them both on the screen. That's not what I want. There we go. Let's come here. Let's do that. Is that it is, okay. Is that the card or the background? It's the card. That's as good as that's gonna get.
To come with him.
Wow.
So
Wow. Okay.
we miss Bob Backlund in his wrestling gear, but we get him in a suit. And then so inevitably in like 2003, 2004, when Hasbro decides to make a classics line, maybe they'll finally give us that Bob Backlund in wrestling attire, right? But yeah.
No, we want to fade. Okay. Let's go back to this, see how it's going to look.
To give us somebody that it's going to piss everybody off. But we're going to get in a suit Bob Backlund to come with him.
Wow.
So
Wow. Okay.
we miss Bob Backlund. We're going to get in a suit Bob Backlund to come with him.
Wow.
So
Wow. Okay.
we miss Bob Backlund in his wrestling gear, but we get him in a suit. And then so inevitably in like 2003, 2004, when Hasbro decides to make a classics line, maybe they'll finally give us that Bob Backlund in wrestling attire, right? But yeah. So there you go. That's my 6.
On behalf of Joe,
Thank you.
Joe is using his character card.
So the only one with the special character card remaining, unless he uses it in 10 minutes, is Pablo. So we'll see.
Let's see how it goes.
That's how long I've got.
Okay, yeah, that is. And let's hear a word from our sponsor.
That in right there. Clip that out. Let's back this up. That was R&R. So J&J.
Yeah, that is. And let's hear a word from our sponsor.
J&J Figures offers a huge array of collectible wrestling action figures and merchandise, including highly limited and exclusive releases.
My mom's calling me.
She
Have you,
disagrees with
Pablo?
your
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, so welcome back, everyone, and
You're
agrees with
Pablo.
your
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway,
Selecting pleasure.
so welcome back, everyone, and thank you again to our wonderful, wonderful sponsors. Now, the late half of 1996, there's just I don't know what it was, but there was something that really connected me with that era as a child. I think it was partly because I just got Sky at the time, finally.
There you go.
And, I bonded with a friend over it and stuff like that. Just loved that time. Like, really, really loved it and hold it high now. And the fact that they seem to be making every single character from that specific time period is just ticking so many boxes for me. So my 6, now, number 1 will be the Executioner. And I also have October and November of 96. So that covers Buried Alive and the Survivor Series, which is a great event to be given.
Well, that's why you had Buried Alive on your head and ruined my plans there. But
sorry. So Executioner made his debut at Buried Alive and then had a run-in at Survivor Series. Now, I fully agree with everything Mark had said with regards to the parts that would be used. But I think Mark, and I was waiting for him to say so, but I think he didn't realise that he booked himself into a really, really good idea because giving him the thumb for the Asian Spike is perfect for Jim Duggan.
Yeah. And Duggan's already got the thumb.
Yeah.
So that was my immediate thought. So yeah, Executioner would be. The BCA didn't come with. It came with the axe. Didn't come with a cape. But I would have him come with a cape. As Mark says. Because it's again such a toyetic figure, and he's kind of like Zeus in the sense that he wasn't there long, but he was always around the top storylines ish and in main events and stuff like that, so or around the top people certainly. So yeah, Executioner, absolutely.
All right, gotta go back and re-listen to this just to make sure I'm not tripping. Ahmed, skip. All right, so I need to come here.
And then next one I have, thankfully, is not one that Mark picked. So I brought a custom skip that I made here, and the reason for this is I would bring out Zip. So a couple series.
Yeah, he said skip, but he's bringing out Zip. He showed skip as a reference for Zip. That's what I hear. But if it's skip, that's fine. I'll keep it in there. No biggie to me.
Executioner, absolutely. Now October and November 96. My second
4416 will be the second.
my second entry would Crush. The
Crush. Okay.
Jailbird Crush, who made his debut, I believe, August, maybe early September, because they did the things where Clarence Mason got him out of jail and got him a job. So with Crush, now I had a couple of ideas with this. Now my immediate thing was to go with the Hulk Hogan with the bear hug move, because he's got the and he's got the girth and everything. And then I would give him a removable jacket. That would be the one thing I would give him. But thinking about it, what I would probably do, and I'm terrible with series numbers, but I think I would give him series, the last Hogan in the vest, the 91-92 era Hogan. Come at me, Mark. What number series was that? The one that was the mail away.
Oh, what series was up the top of your head? I want to say, was it 3? 4?
3? Something like that. So I would give him that for the pure size. But what I would also give him is the spring punch for the heart punch. That would be the one change that I would make to that.
So you would use the third Hogan mold and body, but the fourth Hogan arms. Is that right?
Yes, I would.
Because Virgil's arms essentially, or just one of Virgil's arms, and the other one being a big Hogan one still.
Yeah, headlock would be. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're just changing the right arm to a Virgil arm, the spring-loaded one, basically, with a heart punch.
Yes, and I think Virgil's was bigger than like the Pat Mashango arm, wasn't it? And,
that's right.
Because there was a few people who had. Yeah. So that would be my second choice. Third choice. Having Survivor Series and considering that there were, like 4 debuts? There was Furnace, LaFon, Flash Funk, and also Rocky Maivia. So he would be my 4th. And I think because he was Soul Survivor immediately would be my 4th. And I think he was Soul Survivor immediately. Sorry?
Was that your third choice?
That was my third choice. Did I say second?
Yeah. No, you said 4th.
Okay,
I think you said 4th.
All right.
You said all the numbers.
Yeah.
He's my second, third, and 4th.
I think the Rocky Maivia would be an easy one. Now, I would give him the mold. I would give him removable tassels. I would give him that as a thing.
Cool.
And I would quite easily Rick Martel, full body, have the holes in the boots painted in the back. They wouldn't be molded, but he would be good with that thing for his shoulder breaker. It would be because that was his finishing move at the time. And I think that's just another really toyetic figure. And I know we say we don't know how long people are going to last, or we can't assume and stuff like that. But I think winning Survivor and having the build up that he did, I think it was obvious that they saw something special in Rocky Maivia, like very, very.
I think that's
early
a very fair way to kind of look at things in terms of what are they doing at the time. Does it look like they're being strapped to the moon? Like Ahmed, for example, like you can't deny, regardless of what happened later on, you can't deny what they were doing at the time. So I agree with you.
And he was
look at it with Maivia.
the first third generation superstar, I believe, right? So I mean, the lineage there too. They're not just gonna throw him away. Yeah. So yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. And again, I mean, for what it's worth, we don't know this at the time, but as further rock figures have shown throughout the years, perfect for repaints. So it's just an easy way to get more and more out as he changes his gear.
A good mold. Like it's a good reusable mold.
Well, speaking of what a link, what a segue.
4827. All right, who we got?
Because speaking of removable molds, and this, when I tell you the next one, you may guess the one after that. Number 4, and I'm going to put 4 and 5 together, not as a double pack, but
as
just
friends.
because it's so obvious, as friends, who made their.
I know where we're going here.
Debut in October 96, but were very much around as Survivor Series, and it's as reusable as you can possibly get. We're going to have the fake Diesel and the fake Razor.
Okay, so this is 5, 4, and 5th pick.
Ramon.
Oh, man, yeah.
Oh, it's going to be so hard, this.
Because, again, you don't know how long they're going to last, but again, very few characters at that time had the build-up that they did to coming in.
It was insanity. It was insanity. Everything about it, that debut that they had, and then the crowd were like buzzing because nobody was smart, nobody was on the internet really at that point. Nobody was knew what was going on. No, a handful of. I say a handful. You had a X amount of people who were really smart to things, newsletters, blah blah blah, and usually wrote the newsletters if they were that bothered about it. But the general concept, like 99% of the fans, just heard the fact that Razor and Diesel were coming out to Razor and Diesel's music announced by Jim Ross or whoever was brought them out at the time, and they came out, and from a distance it looked like them. Like from like the Eagle's Nest seats, like looking down. It's like, and then it just hit like a wet fart. Just their impact was like a burst hot water bottle. Just like, great, what do we do with this?
Imagine what it must have been like being in those nosebleed seats. Being like, are they? Is that them? That's them? It must have been like wild. If anybody was there live for this debut, hit me up. I want to talk. I want to see what it was like.
I think there's no way that those, like, when they came out, if you're in the nosebleed seats and you're watching those guys wrestle, you're not questioning anything. You're just like, yeah, there they are. Of course it's them. You can't make faces out from like 300 yards away. So you've just got to assume it's them. You can't check your phone.
Eventually it's a game of telephone that's coming up from the floor seat saying it's not really them. It's not really them. That guy looks like he used to be a dentist.
Yeah.
You know,
Kevin Nash tells a funny story. He's because this Raw was live. I think it might be no, I don't think it is. It's the same taping, I think, where Triple H wins the Intercontinental belt and stuff like that, but across 4 weeks or whatever. So this is a live Raw. Nash is sat at Nitro with his lawyer, and his lawyer's like, I'm just watching to make sure. And it's just like, I'm here. I'm literally here. Like, how can it be? How can it be me?
Okay, we need to save this. Save project. We need a new project. We need to come over here. We need to come over here. We need this guy right here. And what was that timestamp? It was 34.
legs with the exact same attire that Mark was saying. I had him coming with a IC title as well. So there you go. Boom. So I think that's that.
Cool.
And oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have him coming with the IC title. I had my next pick coming with the IC title,
okay,
which is Ahmed Johnson. So interesting, right?
Yep.
So the
which color IC title, if you don't mind me asking, Joe?
did he have the gold one at that point?
Yeah.
If he did,
yeah.
And then next one I have, thankfully, is not one that Mark picked. So I brought a custom skip that I made here, and the reason for this is I would bring out Zip. So a couple series removed from our skip, and I would basically, I think this is the first time we're doing this, where we're using parts from one of our series. So I would basically, I think this is the first time we're doing this. So a couple series removed from our skip, and I would basically.
Fuck off. Alright, we need to record this. Actually, let's save project. Let's do scope. And hopefully it drops in the chat. Let's see if this works. Don't know if it will. Videos. Watch it say. It exceeds to whatever. Fuck off. Let's see. It's Grapple Arcade on X. Yes. All right, I need to... let me come back over here. Okay, well, I got that sorted. So now we'll come back over here to a new project. And we will do this and do this. Pull that. And we're back to where we started.
Is sat at Night Row with his lawyer, and his lawyer's like, I'm just watching to make sure, and it's just like, I'm here, I'm literally here, like, how can it be me?
Brilliant.
So anyway, great. So you would have obviously new heads, and it would have to be very distinctively different heads, because I think there would be a lot of suing going on, but by that point, because Razor ended up having the green, but it would have to be purple, but
it would have to be purple,
maybe make the purple more accurate to a lighter shade of purple, etc. And I know he wasn't as ripped or anything, but if someone screams an easy reuse of parts, it's a fake Razor Ramon.
Let's be honest as well, though. Let's be honest as well. The like at this stage, when you think about what Diesel looks like Nash looks like at this point with his longer hair and stuff, the orange card Diesel that they would have brought out like only 4 series ago would have looked more like Glenn Jacobs Diesel anyway.
Yeah.
So to make the fake Diesel essentially is the orange cards.
Well,
Brilliant.
so yeah, well, that is the thing. So I would reuse the orange card for
no fade.
Yeah,
Diesel. I know these two aren't getting through, but but also Rick Bogner was the first. Rick Bogner was the first wrestler I interviewed as well, so I'm kind of like I'm sticking up for Bogner. He doesn't get the credit. But anyway, number.
We'll say 53 minutes. Come back over here. Back over here. 53 minutes published.
Six. And we're looking at October and November 1996. Now, this is someone who never made a pay-per-view appearance, but will always live in mine and my friend Bruce's mind for one match he had against Uncle Zebekiah, where he pinned him 3 times in a minute. Do you want to guess?
Say that again.
So he had a match against Uncle Zebekiah, and he beat him 3 times in 1 minute.
Uncle Zeb. Oh, man, why can't I not think
when he was manager?
I don't know.
He's managing who? The Blues Brothers? Or the Bradshaw?
No, he's managing Bradshaw, yeah.
Managing Bradshaw. Who is Bradshaw?
Harvey Whippleman.
What's this?
I'm going to tell you.
No, tell us. I can't think who it is.
This is a figure out of all the gimmicks that have been recently made, etc. This person hasn't yet, and I think is maybe arguably the most deserving out of that kind of roster of names, and that would be Freddie Joe Floyd.
Yeah,
aka
okay.
Tracy Smothers. Now, again, it would be an easy one to make. I would probably, and I know like using the same mold twice is like a crazy one, but like I would either give him the. Actually, you know what? I'd probably just give him the straight up El Matador Jake the Snake, because he was kind of gangly and tall. And I think it would work, and the stance as well I think works for him. But yeah, Freddie Joe, he was kind of a lot of those gimmicks at the time, like Salvatore Sincere, TL Hopper, they were brought in to beat your real weekend warriors, and then they would lose to bigger names and stuff like that. So I don't think there was anything particularly long-term planned for Freddie Joe Floyd. Though here's a fact for you. In June 1997, he got a count-out win over Sid in the Q80 Cup tournament in 97. And that arguably could have been his last appearance. But yeah, big, like, we are fans of Terry Gordy. And that was what I loved about that time, seeing all these like veterans come in under daft gimmicks, like, Tony Anthony or... whoever else, Terry Gordy, and trying to think who else off the top of my head, but you know the types. So having Tracy Smothers, who his name was a rib as well. I don't know if you know this, but Jack and Jerry Briscoe, their real are Freddie Floyd Briscoe. So that's where the name came from.
My favorite. My favourite Freddie story, I'll quickly tell this one while I remember it. Freddie story.
We've all got one.
My favourite Freddie story is when he was backstage. I don't know if it was at a tape or whatever, but Gold was out wrestling, and Undertaker was backstage being very derogatory about the Goldust character, saying that it's the shambles that were allowing this to happen, this kind of character, insinuating that he was very homophobic, shall we say, towards the character of Goldust, and saying this shouldn't exist in wrestling. And Freddie stood up and walked over to him and said, "You're still pretending to be dead, Mark?" And absolutely ripped into him about his character pretending to be a dead man. And I just thought that was
like Tracy Smothers.
And you didn't mess with Tracy because he was legitimately a bit of a hard nut as well, and he's about 6'5". So like Take apparently just backed down a bit because he knew he was a bit of the old guard as well. But I absolutely love the fact that this kind of essentially jobber stood up to Undertaker backstage and ripped into him about his character because he was ripping into. He was being homophobic essentially, and I That's allegedly how the story goes. I will say that's allegedly based on interviews how the story goes.
I really hope so.
But,
one last thing about about Tracy Smothers is back in the day, we're talking like 2006, 2005. He made an appearance for MEW, and which is our local promotion, which is still going strong now, because I was part of the wrestling shop that was open at the time as well. We all went to Trillions, and we had a few drinks with Tracy Smothers, which was great. And then someone, I'm not saying who, but someone walked into Tracy Smothers in the toilet, and he might have been, doing a few things that he shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, blowing his nose.
But an absolute wild man, and I think wrestling could do with a few people like him now. But yeah. Few people like him now, but in my opinion. So anyway, that is my 6, and I will go on.
I was just going to say, I absolutely love the fact that Tracy Smothers and Trillions and the people listening and our other co-hosts on this, Trillions is our local heavy metal bar, which my band playing 3 or 4 or 5 times a year, and every time there I wear a wrestling shirt or wrestling shorts, like me Bret Hart shorts and me t-shirt. I'm gonna wear a Tracy Smothers t-shirt next time I'm there.
Do it. Honky's been in there as well. Honky was in there as well, checking out
it'll
the
be
girls.
Clash of the Titans t-shirt. Honky versus Tracy Smothers. Then the match that we never got at Trillions. Anyway, right.
Anyway, so that is my 6, and I will hand it back over to our sexy host, Mark Fox.
Did you say Did you mention the mechanism there? I just
I'm going with full Jake the Snake / Tito Santana,
right? Yeah,
body.
Yes, that's right. Sorry,
everything. That will work perfectly, I think. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's awesome. Well, thank you very much for that. So we've had literally all of our suggestions.
Come the fuck on! This clip needs to send, for the love of God. Okay, F this. F all this. F fucking X. X is a joke. Re-fucking ridiculous. That's what this is. Let's see if it'll do it this way. Of course not. Of fucking course not. See, this is what pisses me off when you have to pay fucking platforms so that you can put shit up and then download it and all this other bullshit that comes along with it. It never fucking works. Ever. This is an everyday thing. It should not kick clips back. It should fucking upload them like it's supposed to do. It makes no goddamn sense. Fuck Elon Musk. Well, let's discard that. Did it go through here yet? Probably not. Why would it? Because it's motherfucking X. That's why. There you go, guys. You get a rant from me this morning. It's pissing me off. I can't process this video until I fucking have clarification 100% on something, and it's not letting me do what I need to do. You know what I will do? I can do it this way. Fuck all that. X is being a dick. So I'll go to the platform that doesn't let me down. Imagine that.
Next one I have, thankfully, is not one that Mark picked.
And imagine that. How quick was that? How quick was that? Imagine that. tag you in it, share it, and then we're done. Unbelievable dumb shit right there, guys. Just aggravating and pisses me off. So let's get back to this.
Before we go any further, I want to mention one of our other sponsors of this wonderful show, which is Inside the Ropes magazine and live event. And I just had to have the newest magazine here for anybody who wants to go and maybe check it out. So the newest issue of Inside the Ropes magazine. Also advertising, funnily enough, when we're bringing Rhino over to the UK. Not far from now, actually. What we got? May the 17th in Glasgow. Rhino is coming over. We've also just announced that we're going to be bringing the one and only Big Gun over later on in the year as well. You can check out our posts at inside_the-rope Instagram to find out more about that, or insideropes.com to find out more about our live events. One of the things I also want to bring up at this very moment in time is that we've had a number of submissions from...
Let me pause that right there. Let me come right over here. All right, it's up. There we go. Okay.
We've had a number of submissions from our listeners. As we do in every episode, what do? We kind of put out to all of our listeners to suggest people that they think should also be featured in the series that we're talking about. The timeline, the rest of the contract, exactly the same rules that we've got, but they've got the full 6 months, the full half year to kind of pick a character from, rather than our 2 months within that time frame. As usual, we've had numerous. In fact, it's the most submissions we've ever had. I think we're like into the 20s now in terms of submissions that we receive, something like that. Anyway,
get lightheaded up here.
Fantastic. I know. Check us out. With people taking notice of things that we're saying. Unbelievable. But we've gone through them, and as per usual, what we do is between us we decide on which one is the most interesting or the best. I don't know if the best's the right word, but the one that we agree on that we think would be a cool addition to the line, the best idea, if you like, of a wrestler. It doesn't always have to be somebody that we've already chosen in the episode, so it's not always necessarily going to be somebody that we would put through, but we just like the idea that's come forward, even if it's not somebody that we've actually picked on the night itself between us. So we're going to go with the Sultan, who was suggested by Dan, and if you're watching on YouTube now, you can see Dan's submission in the corner of
101. We'll say that 101.40. Oh, fuck off. Oh. No. All right. And it is 101.45. 145. Add that. Come over here. I feel like there it is. Excuse me.
By Dan, and if you're watching on forward, even if it's not somebody that we've actually picked on the night itself between us. So we're going to go with the Sultan, who was suggested by Dan, and if you're watching on YouTube now, you can see Dan's submission in the corner of the screen just here. Really like the idea that he's got there and the concept of the figure. And based on Dan taking the time to submit an idea to us, he has won the prize this month in this episode. So we'll be in touch, Dan, because one of our fantastic sponsors will be in touch with you as well to inform you of the prize that you've won. And that goes to everybody. Next time you hear this episode and use the posts, and we're getting it out there now, our next who would the wrestler be? They must be under contract at the time, or at least appearing on WWE TV and shows. The mechanism that you would use, and the attire that you would use. Send us a message on here under. If you listen on YouTube, in the comments box, either on FigurePod, on Instagram, wherever you see us posting, wherever you can hear us, on Spotify, send us a message as to who you think should be involved, who you think should be included.
Yeah, my bad. Okay, I see now. Feel free to delete.
So we need to come over here. We gotta delete this guy right here. And we'll delete it. Well, bam, that is done. Hope you guys are kind of enjoying this. I'm back and forth. My apologies if you're chatting and I'm not there. I'm obviously tied up and moving around and doing some different things. Look at that guy back up. All right.
In that series, and when we go to record the episode, we'll look through the submissions and we'll pick one who will be a winner, and they will win a prize from one of our wonderful sponsors, usually in the form of vouchers for the store or specific action figures. It's completely up to the sponsors, but hey, free figures or free credit for a store, it's pretty good, isn't it? So huge thanks once again to our sponsors, J and J Figures, and also Rock and Roll Collectibles. Really appreciate it, guys.
Wrestling Tycoon sent over a message thanking us, and he received the J&J exclusive Fox Baker figure in the yellow gear. Really nice figure, and he was so excited.
And and he obviously submitted previous episode.
Yeah, the last one, right?
The suggestion.
Yeah.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, very, very cool. So thank you again to our sponsors. So generous to do that.
If you want to know how rare that is, I work for Sean and I don't have one. So.
Me too. Sorry.
There's maybe a reason for that.
What you saying, like?
Peter Sean.
We're back. Anyway.
Right, so without further ado, thank you to our sponsors, including Inside the Ropes magazine.com. What we will do now is look at our selections this month. What I will say is there's already 4 names that have got 2 votes each, right? So theoretically, unless anybody opposes or wants to use a veto card,
you go to 105.10. Let's come back over here. 105.10 is the great debate.
they are theoretically getting through to the final 6. I'll read them out.
There's
actually 5.
Finish this.
Is the 5?
Yeah, because of the fan vote.
Shut up! Get out of here! Get out of here!
I'm just saying.
Get out of here! Yeah. I like your style there, Joe. However, I mean, to be fair, it's a good figure. But what we'll do, but between the 3 of us, typically how it works without Joe's hijinks, is Hunter Hearst Helmsley has got 2 votes. So Sean, Pablo could potentially use his veto card there if he wanted to. I can't see me or Joe using our veto card against our own selections.
Figure, to be honest with you. So.
He's long due. Yeah, he is. Yeah. Can't argue that.
I think what I would say based on that is that I think he should come with an IC title.
I would agree.
I think
fine with that.
Because of something else that we're about to get to, they're making that accessory anyway. Why not do a color variant? And I think it would probably help that character sell more in the shops. Because at this moment in time, a bit of a bad guy that people don't really like. He's got no redeeming qualities as such, in terms of being, why fans would buy his figure. If you see what I'm getting at, even though it makes sense for him to have a figure, much like it made sense for Repo Man to have a figure or whatever. You see what I'm getting at? Mm-hmm. But I think having the Black IC title would definitely help sales with that particular figure. I think accessories always help, So Hunter is making the final 6. Again, there is still obviously time for Pablo or whoever to play any veto cards that they wish to use before we lock it in. Mankind is maybe we could.
It helped, we all had Vader, and you had used a special character card, so why
even that out a little bit? And I think because of how much they are wanting at this stage for The Rock to not be chanted "Die Rocky Die," they're still trying to get behind him.
He did. Apparently, it was 1994. According to this,
was it?
Really?
According to
right, getting back to this, given the time we've got, lads. Rocky Maivia, that would probably be my. I think Maivia is number 5. Number 6, personally for me, I think Sultan probably gets it, and I'm choosing that over my own Sid suggestion. Over my own
only other one that I kind of forgot about, which was one of mine, ironically, is Savio Vega, because I do think he is overdue.
He really is due. Yeah.
Oh man, it's so difficult. Savio might be a bigger pick than the Sultan, and again it evens it out with the whole. They want to push kids are buying faces. Kids are buying faces over heels, and
because we've got Ahmed and Rocky are the only faces, right? And then we've got Helmsley, Mankind, Executioner.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is, if we do go for Savio, your character card isn't wasted. You get to keep it because it hasn't been used and locked in.
Oh, is that how that works? I figured it was gone anyways.
I think it's a bit harsh to lose it if it's not a guarantee.
I agree.
What do you guys think?
No, I agree with that. I'm fine with that.
I think
if you guys say it, then I'm fine with it. Obviously, I mean that helps me. So
yeah. I think that would be fair. I think it's. I think at first we were in agreement to get rid of it regardless once you suggest it, but I think it's a bit harsh to suggest it and then you don't get it. I think especially as we're about to come into a very 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 heavy character time frame as well.
This is true. This is true.
I think based on that, I'd probably opt for Savio out of the two.
I think it would be not have Crush.
I don't know. Say again.
I'm going to not have Crush, and I can't say I won't be going for that again because I want him to be the first behind Hogan to have 4 figures.
Yeah, he's already been in the line times.
Yeah. And not that we know what's coming. Not that we know what's coming up in the future, but Crush has just got out of prison, so he's looking to make a career, and Vince has offered him an opportunity. You know, it's up to Crush what he wants to make out of that opportunity. So
as long as he can stay out of trouble and not go back to prison, then he'll probably be okay.
Absolutely. Bear in mind here, I'm losing Sid as well, and I really wanted him in and Flash. So anyway, right, okay. For me personally, I'm gonna. If it was me to pick out somebody else, I think Savio gets it here. It equals out the heels and faces ratio in the series.
Yeah, and he is,
and he's over, and kids love him.
Yeah, and it's just overdue. I think it's a good figure.
Don't get me wrong.
Looking at this, sorry,
I was just going to say Savio's a bit of a kind of
the Austin that made it through. Did he end up having the strap from the strap?
No.
Yeah, look at it. If the character
and it
gets
was
through,
against Savio, is what I'm saying. So now, you got somebody for the other end of that strap.
Like, the way I look at it,
and these Hasbro collections are getting good, huh? With all these new releases, I like it. I'm gutted to not have fake Razor and Diesel, even though it wasn't one of my picks. But you got somebody for the other end of that strap.
Like, the way I look at it is if like 2 of us have chosen a character and one of us has only put the accessory with it, then the accessory goes through automatically because why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? Because if somebody suggested it. So that makes complete sense. So that works out really really well.
And these Hasbro collections are getting good, huh? With all these new releases, I like it. I like it. I'm gutted to not have fake Razor and Diesel, even though it wasn't one of my picks. But for some reason.
No. I just fucking lost it. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How much of it did I just lose? How much of it did I just lose? Please tell me I didn't. Oh, thank God. Not playing that game again. Yes.
I like it. I'm gutted to not have fake Razor and Diesel, even though it wasn't one of my picks. But for some reason that hit me. I really liked it.
Can I just say at this point as well, I think it would make sense that Hasbro would up their game with WCW kind of upping their game with figures. And there being more of a direct competition with TV and stuff like that. So I think it's probably logical that they would start including more accessories and start,
I think
going to the next level.
Tell you what to do then for your fake Diesel and your fake Razor, right? We've obviously got series 11, I think it is, Razor purple.
Yeah.
And then we've got series 12 orange card diesel that's been released. All you need to do is just get a lighter, right? Hover it about 6 inches away from the face for about 4 seconds. It'll just drag it, just change the face complexion ever so slightly, and there's your knockoffs.
There you go. Yeah.
And I know there's people wincing at the idea that I've suggested to take a lighter to purple Razor Ramon's face.
He wouldn't have been rare. He wouldn't have been rare then. No, he wouldn't have been that rare back then.
But nobody owned him because he wasn't sold in any frigging shops, was he? Couldn't find him to own him.
Yeah.
Phoenix for 12 hours.
Are we locking it in, lads? Hunter.
I say lock it in.
I was locking it in. So.
That goes right there. Put it right there. Take that, cut that. Seriously, what just fucking happened to it? Nothing. There we go.
Based on that, we've got Hunter Hearst Helmsley with the Black IC title. We've got Mankind. We've got Ahmed Johnson with the Gold IC title. We've got Executioner with his axe. We've got Savio Vega. And we've got the blue chipper, Rocky Maivia. Wow.
That's a good series.
It's a good series. I don't think we said it at the beginning. I think we... Based on that, we've got Hunter Hearst Helmsley in Series 12, but a bit like toned down, a bit corally, a bit pinky orangey, a bit darker toner kind of thing. I think that's what we're going to go for. Cool. Well, based on that, guys, you want to plug anything before we say sayonara?
I do want to plug something, and it's not related to me. Wrestling Figure Workshop just came back.
I noticed this, yeah.
They dropped a bunch of belts. I have some coming in the mail. I'm very excited about it. We are not sponsored by them. We're not affiliated with them, but I like them very much, and those belts are wonderful. So go check them out on Instagram.
Maybe we'll have a chat with those guys, and
I think we should. Yeah.
See if they're up for any kind of business working together.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Great product. So
awesome stuff. And dare I say as well, they do make the Gold IC title as well as the Black.
Kurt.
And anything else for you, Joe, or should I sign out?
I guess follow me, JPD Customs, on Instagram.
Lovely stuff.
Go buy some KWK figures that I've sculpted.
Absolutely. Thank you. To our wonderful host. CCP Podcasting, who've been nothing but helpful, and go and check out their YouTube channel and see all the different promotions and wrestling events that they're involved with as well. So much good stuff, and I'll leave you on a bit of a tidbit note of a little carrot dangle. Keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open for the National Wrestling League in the UK. That's all I'm going to say for now. The National Wrestling League. Sayonara.
Okay, well, bam. a fade on this. And let's throw an end clip fade there. And we need to save this. Perfect. That is now done. I just can't go any further with it. For those who have been watching, you've just seen one episode of a show be edited. There you go. So now we will come over here. Let's YouTube this. And let's come over here. And we need to come over here. Nope, we need to come down here. Gotta get my videos. And oh, it's fantastic. I got Zeus over here throwing up. That's great. That's the dog. All right, what are we doing? We need to come over here. Yes, we know that we're live. And we need to come here. Let's come here. Get rid of that. Getting the next episode ready. Jesus fucking Christ, dude, stop. Let's convert that. And you cannot, you can go away. Okay, well, I don't need to delete that. I need to convert this, and there you go. And we're going to download this. And we want to download. We want to close. We want to download. And now that can go away. That can go away. Alright. Let's see what we got. Skis. Let's do this. Do that. Don't need that. Alright. Let's go ahead and save that. Now, let's get into it Beyond the Bell.
Shut up.
What is happening, friends of CCP Podcasting? Welcome to Beyond the Bell Live. I am Chris Page, and this is a Monday afternoon here in Florida. Doing fantastical on my side of the equation. Had a great weekend over the course. We have done some things. We have crowned some things. And we have made some history at Chapter 4, Legends Rise. It was this past weekend in Castleberry, Florida. We have a new CCP Podcasting heavyweight champion. I should not say a non-ahead. I was going to do some of the stuff we can talk about and will talk about today. It's a great pleasure to bring. I'm fucking proud of for
what the
numerous reasons.
What is going on with this?
Announcements, but some of the stuff we can talk about and will talk about while we're on the show today. It gives me great pleasure to bring a guy that I am so fucking proud of for numerous reasons. And a big piece of this is you don't ever know why you are put in people's lives. You don't, it's so much more than just sitting down and having conversations. It's so much more than talking about professional wrestling. It's so much more than just finding out what makes these guys tick. You don't ever know when that connection is going to hit, and when it does, how real it is. Over the last 5 months, 6 months, I've had nothing but time to spend with our guest today. He is also a part of our platform here. You can see him when time is available on just about any watch party that we do, and his passion for the business, his believability, and just being his real authentic self is something that sticks out in such a big way. You've seen him here before. Brother just came off of another podcast overseas for the UK, coming back over here to chat with us live. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome our heavyweight champion of CCP Podcasting, the one and the only Mr. Dallas Dash. How are you, sir?
Oh man, doing good, man. Pretty sore, but I'm here and I'm ready to talk about some things.
Well, before we get started, let's welcome everybody across all of our platforms. We're live on X, we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube. Danny
Goth, what did you decide on today, bud?
Twitch, congratulations, Dallas. Gothic one says, "What's going on, man?" Shannon, while Elias AK-47 Roman is her favorite wrestler, congratulates you on your championship win. We've got Wendy in chat, congratulations. Sandy, SoCal Gabe in chat, telling what's up and congratulations, man. This was a wild ride. But before we can even talk about, crowning you as our first ever heavyweight champion, before we can even get to Chapter 4, our relationship goes back to September, October of last year. And as I said at the top of the show, I don't ever know how I'm going to connect with people, or how that works, or what happens, or what's going to happen. I cannot predict the future. But what I can do is see when there's some legitimate shit going on, and see when there's somebody that wants to do this and really wants to do this. I can peg that a mile away. Your story doesn't start at Chapter 4. We talked on Beyond the Bell many months ago, and I just want to take a minute and refresh, because your story exceeds the ring, and something that we talk about, and you and I have talked privately, and we've talked a little bit publicly about. You shouldn't be here. You should not be sitting here. You should not be having this conversation. You should not be sitting here. You should not be having this conversation. You've gone through a lot as an infant.
2 p.m.
And live today with.
So I've got to be on the bell this afternoon.
There's contraptions inside you to help you breathe and help you, live every day. So let's take a few minutes, and from then to now, it's almost like you're defying the odds every time you step into the ring. Not only every time you step into the ring, every time you open your eyes in the morning. So let's refresh our audience for those who missed the first conversation. Let's take a few minutes, and from then to now, it's almost like you're defying the odds live every day. So let's take a few minutes, and from then to now, it's almost like you're defying the odds every time you step into the ring. Not only every time you step into the ring, every time you open your eyes in the morning. So let's refresh our audience for those who missed the first conversation. Let's talk a little bit about your upbringing and the things that you had to go through and had to battle just to get to this point.
So I'll be brief. My story started at birth. I was born with 7 major surgeries, open heart surgery through the back. brain tumor surgery, 3 hernia removals, and I got a shunt out the deal, which is basically a surgical device that they put in your head, leading, in this case, leading all the way down to my stomach. And the the tube that they put in me, it basically pumps fluid in me in order for me to function. So, yeah, that's what I dealt with at birth. I spent like almost 2 years, my first 2 years in the hospital, just trying to, get right. And once they got me right, around the time I was about 5 years old, the tube snapped. Just playing around, and I had to have it surgically repaired. And when they did the surgery went successful. They told me that I wasn't gonna be able to play any type of contact sports, do anything physical, and it definitely was, around that time I was young, so I still didn't, really understand, what they were saying. And my mom, felt like I was gonna be different. My dad felt like I was gonna be different. Everybody felt like I was gonna be different. My family, and just moving forward, as time went on and I got older, I started to give myself confidence and build it up. And about time I was 8, shoot, that's when things kind of took off. I wanted to play everything. I wanted to do everything. I wanted to basically overcome every single odd and every single thing that the doctor told me that I couldn't do.
6:44. And come here. New folder. Okay, as that processes, let's come over here. I wonder if I do anything on this other screen, if it takes away. It does not. Cool. So I can 2 birds, 1 stone on another screen, make graphics for another live event coming up in a couple of weeks, so I can get these done and out of the way. All right. I need to make sure I've got yeah, we didn't like that. That's why I didn't do it. And this we don't like that. That can go away. That can go away. That can go away. All right. Oh, we're getting there. Got a couple more minutes on that. Let's pull this guy up. Bring you over here. Let's blow you up. Pictures. Chapter 5. Talent. Not going to be there. 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 Wow. It's a lot of folks that aren't going to be there that I originally had booked. Close that down. Kill that. Kill that. We need to upload. We need Anthony. And we will remove that. We will forward, bring forward, bring forward, bring forward, bring forward, bring forward. There we go. That's what we want. Bring that up right there. Bring them down, actually. There we go. And we need a duplicate there. I wish I could see what I'm doing right now. It should be done over here so we can get back to, let's get back to Dallas. This is the clip cutting process for me because I refuse to do AI. Just so if anybody's watching, physically go through everything that we do.
I start to, give myself confidence and build it up. And about time I was 8, shoot, that's when things kind of took off. I wanted to play everything. I wanted to do everything. I wanted to basically overcome every single odd and every single thing that the doctor told me that I couldn't do. So that's why I started getting into sports. Just in school, growing up playing basketball, football, baseball, soccer, even tennis. And my dad, he became a professional wrestler, and I used to go to all his trainings, all his shows. I used to travel with him, which made me want to get into wrestling, professional wrestling. And as time went forward, I started to train. I started to, get more in tune with, wrestling and just watching it every Monday, Friday. Even, my dad bringing me back to the 80s, NWA, Mid-Atlantic, Deep South, all that good. So that's where it all started. That's where it all originated. But just looking back on it now, it's like, man, I done came so far, overcoming odds, overcoming obstacles and battles. And it's just all about, me and who I am as a person. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. I'm a walking testimony to whatever I'm doing. So.
No, you're 100% correct. And really, like, it's a piece of you, and it's something that, to have to battle, you know what I mean? And I've never, I can't say that I haven't, because I have had to fight for my life. Like, I've been there myself, but like, I was probably 35, 40 seconds without bleeding out, if I didn't get to a hospital at 3 a.m. in Tampa, Florida. And it changes you. It puts a lot of things into perspective. And for me, when this happened to me, we've had this. I didn't grow up until I was 32 years old. I've only been an adult for 11 years. Well, that was when this happened. It was rough, but it just changed my whole mentality of, I don't do negativity. I can't do it. I feel like, when you're that close to not existing anymore, like, things get put in perspective really quickly, and really just, it's really hard to explain unless you've been there, guys. Like, I don't have the words to put it together, but it was something, drew me in initially because your story, like, it was easy. It's easy to stop. It's easy to say, not going to do this, but to really defy those odds and to see how far you come before we even crossed paths, it was impressive. And as we've chatted in the past and on other live shows that we've done, but chapter 1, I'd never seen you work. All I knew is that I sat down with you and had a really good conversation. And in the context, I don't know what we need. This is pissing me off. Hold on. Give you a shot. We need to. 10 minutes is.
I don't know what happened or what switched, but we need to give you a shot. We need to see what's going on here. And you showed up at Chapter 1 in November. You had a great match with Elias Roman. I make no bones about it. That was one of my favorite matches on the show. And we haven't had a big opportunity to really talk about this, but I brought it up to you privately, and I brought it up to several other people that have been in, on Beyond the Bells. I always look for something that's different, that will have you stand out, right? Because that's a big thing of professional wrestling. You have to find a way to make yourself separate yourself. The match was fantastic with Elias, but it was what you did in that 20 seconds that as I was editing the show back and watching it, because it wasn't a live stream, we weren't live at that point with the show itself, you found a fucking camera and legit cut 15-second promo. But it was different than everyone else on the show. Like, no one else went out of their way. And I don't know if you went out of your way by any means, or if you looked up and our guy was right there. But there was that connection with that 15 to 20 seconds. And it wasn't just me as I was watching it back. It's also people within our audience, our fan base, our family members, if you will. They had pointed it out. Like, it was just something that was different then. So Chapter 1 comes, you come down to Florida. You know, so I think this is the first time you've been in the ring in a hot minute. Well, let's talk a little bit about the journey, if you will. When you came down for the first show, what were things that you were thinking about? What was running through your head? You're getting in the ring with somebody that you've never been in the ring with. You don't know if you're going to have chemistry with. But then, you guys show up and you show out.
Yeah, man. So
Go out.
Yeah, man. So prior to that, I think we talked in around September, October. Before that, like I said, I was with my previous company, my father's company, and I was working so many shows, so many different time frames, and it got to a point where it just like I kind of like, man, like I didn't been here, I didn't done this, like, it got to a point where it was just like mentally draining. It was tiring, but I was like, I can't just quit, even though I had the mindset of just giving it all up and just focusing strictly on life. I was like, man, I can't quit. I don't know what opportunity is going to come. I don't know when it's going to come, but it's going to come. And just got to be patient, stay humble, and stay prayed up. And I get a call from or a message from you. And, we talked about the podcast and I came on. We had a great conversation. We connected in so many different ways. And then, the call comes. Hey, Chapter 1 coming. Let's get you out here. This was my first time ever working in Orlando in Chapter 1. And I always dreamed about working in Orlando, Florida. Like, Orlando was just like on my bucket list. Like, if I worked in Orlando, I would be great, satisfied. So like I said, call comes. Hey, I want you to come out here to work Chapter 1, and you got Elias. So I immediately did my research on Eli, and I found out that Eli trained at one of the same promotions that I worked for, Firestar Pro Wrestling in North Carolina. And that's what kind of made me like, oh yeah, this is gonna be it right here. This is gonna be one of those matches that I can come into and we can connect, and the chemistry is gonna be there only because I know how them guys out there work, and they're all phenomenal. They come from a great company, great leader. So when I got to CCP Chapter 1 Genesis in Orlando, I met all the guys, shook everybody's hand, from commentary to ring announcer to just media production. Everything was just great, man. Then I finally met Eli. We sat down, we talked, We got what we needed to get done. Boom. Match happens. We have an insane match. Match goes well. Crowd was into it. Boom. Match happens. We have an insane match.
And we do this. A project. Chapter 1 versus Elias. Okay, next we have I need a hobby. Fuck it, I'll take that one right there. And we'll come back over here. Upload. Downloads. That's what I'm looking for. Excuse me. Flip that. Right there. What did we do? We took something out. That's what we did. Is that right? Yeah. Wait, let me make sure I have his name right. Yeah. There's Johnny. We got that. Come over here. Nope, we're not quite there. Making graphics, guys, while the fucking download is happening. All right, we need to update Dallas's picture. And we'll take this and turn it so that we can make it bigger. That guy right there. Dallas. Dash. We're still not there. We're almost there, though. All right, so now I need to come over here. We need to get that off the screen because y'all don't need to see that. Dallas Mims, JDX Palsy. At that. I need Elias. I have. That is going away because he's not coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How did I miss that? But I did. I don't need that. That can go away. Okay, so hmm. 15 minutes.
From commentary to ring announcer to just media production, everything was just great, man. Then I finally met Eli. We sat down, we talked, we got what we needed to get done. Boom, match happens. We have an insane match. The match goes well. Crowd was into it. Everybody else was into it, congratulating us. But that one moment that you talk about after the match, as soon as I hit shooting star press, bam, 1, 2, 3, bell rings. Immediately I see the camera guy and I'm like, okay, this is where I make my statement. This is where I tell everybody that, hey, I'm not only in my back, but I'm going to be here and I'm going to do this thing the right way and I'm going to do it for a long time. And I immediately cut that promo. And as you can see it, but as I'm cutting the promo, you could just see all the smoke just coming off my body, like coming off the body after the match. It was just a fire promo. That moment was pretty special. Like just to be in that. But yeah, chapter 1 was great, man. Eli is a phenomenal wrestler. That's why he's, establishment champ. So hey, that was a great moment.
Here's what I didn't know at the time. Of course, now well after the fact. No clue when I put you and Elias together that there was a North Carolina connection. None. Didn't have it. It wasn't there at that point. Elias was in the same boat. I had never seen him work. And I was impressed with both of you. We both got the crowd. And granted, at that chapter 1, was it the biggest crowd? No. But they didn't know who you were. And for them to react to you the way that they did, and Roman getting the heat that he got, and just the interactions, like it was a no-brainer. I told both of you, like, y'all have a spot with me whenever, if it's available. And at that time, did not know where it was going to go, did not know where it was going to lead. We had talked a lot after the fact, and even on some other podcasts and odds and ends. And I was a big believer, and still am a firm believer, that with you, like, we just got to build your confidence, and you would be your own worst enemy if you listen to the voices inside your head that say, oh, I don't know if we can do this, or I don't know if I should do this. But you can do this, and you can do this at a really, really high level. If you just have the like-minded people around you to support you along the way. And what I didn't know was, at that time, was the true power of the platform that we've built here. I didn't know the kind of reactions that we were going to get, and what our audience was going to say, or were they going to connect, or were they going to, these are all what ifs, and you don't ever know. But that's the same thing that you guys go through every time you step into a ring in a new territory, in a new location. You don't know. You have to maximize the time that you have, and you did it. And of course, at that point in time, for us, live event wise, man, I just didn't know what we were doing or what our schedule was going to be. No clue. It was just like, this was a one shot. We're going to see what happens. And we got a really good reaction from affiliates and, our audience across the world, that led to chapter 2, which was Next Level. And we did have you booked on that show, but I, don't mind talking about it. and you and I have had conversations about it
good.
as well. I got a call from 1DP, which is an affiliate of ours, and somebody that will be here in May, as a matter of fact, and we'll get there in just a little bit. Hey man, we're gonna be in somewhere in Mississippi, and you've recently had relocated to Atlanta. And in my head, I was like, man, this is an opportunity for him to make a closer drive and make a little bit more money for the appearance. And I was just thinking to myself, like, this would be a really good opportunity to just see if this collaboration and what I'm trying to do is really gonna work. And fucking Mother Nature came in and stopped that trip. And I'm gonna tell you something, man. I felt so guilty after the fact, because I was like, and again, I have no problems in talking about it publicly. I apologize to you. I was like, if I would have known, man, you should have just came down here. We shouldn't have done that, because for me, you didn't get an opportunity to work that day. And for me, that hurts me more than anything else. Not the fact that, okay, we had this set up for an affiliate to try and open the door a little further. That's the business side of it. Doesn't bother me. It was this wouldn't even be in the equation if I didn't say, hey man, let's try to do this. And you said without hesitation, whether you wanted to or you didn't, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Let's do it. You know, so from that aspect of it, I wish that we had you at chapter 2, and I wish that maybe I didn't book out the guy that was going to be winning my championship, but it was still an opportunity. And it was just one of those things that, while it didn't go our way and it didn't go like the way we wanted it to go, it was still worth trying, in my opinion. And it was still worth the chance of trying to do it if it would have played out. And while it didn't, I'm still sorry that I said, brother, why don't you try this, and then we'll see what happens here, because we knew that we had chapter 3 legitimately 6 weeks later, right? So I was like, all right, we'll see what happens. And I even tried to convince you, and you sent me, when we talked on the phone, and you're showing me this blizzard that's rolling through. I was like, well, just turn around and come to Florida. You know, just do that. It's not snowing down here. But then it was too late.
Yeah, man, I honestly, like, we are two of the most, probably the realest people that, you know, if you really got to meet us, you'll know exactly, you know, how we are. That time, I was really excited, because that, like I said, that was my first show genuinely being back. You know, start kicking off the year with that opportunity to go wrestle in a new state. Never been to Mississippi. I've been to Mississippi, never wrestled in Mississippi. Yeah, that would have been pretty cool to do. Especially with the back and forth that me and 1DP World Champ Roachy Roach had. That would have been a pretty cool match, you know, just the experience, you know, new crowd, new field, new arena, new ring, new person to work. That would have been pretty cool. But like you said, hey, you know, we can't stop Mother Nature, and that blizzard, you've seen it, so it's just like,
yeah. And you know what I learned from it? Don't fucking do that again. That's what I learned from it. So the day that I've got a show, not that I don't want to help by any means, but you know, at the end of the day, it's just one of those things that happens. But I'm building this relationship with you, right? Like, from my perspective, I was like, fuck, man. Like, the first time that I try and get him something outside of what we're doing, this is what transpires. This is what happens. This is because, as you know, being on the inside of our platform, I don't give a fuck about any of the attention. I don't care. It doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't. It's not my be all end all. I live every day for my husband. I live every day to make sure that he's cool, that he's taken care of, that we don't have shit to worry about. And as long as that's okay, everything else is just a bonus. And for us to have gotten to where we've gotten to, and guys, I'm gonna tell you, as we dive deeper into this conversation, you're gonna get a lot of information that you didn't know about. And as we get there, it's gonna be interesting because there's a lot that we have to talk about. Before we go further, though, over on Twitch, No Game Unturned, the hero we didn't know we needed. Congratulations, Dallas Dash. We've got Ryan out from from California. Congratulations, Dallas. You went through hell on Saturday. Let me talk to you about Ryan real quick. I've known Ryan for several years now through e-fitting and other odds and ends. At 1 a.m. my time on Saturday, this brother is DMing me on Discord talking about how great that show was, how well the tournament came off, how well everything, how great the wrestling was. Like, that's the shit that really makes me feel like we're doing something, and we're doing something the right way. He talked about you winning the championship and never seen you before, and just odds and ends. Cool dude, great guy. Love you, Ryan. When we get back out to LA, you better get to a show. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Speaking of LA, before we get to LA, let's talk about you moving to Atlanta, because you were in Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. And you've moved to Atlanta, which, you know, for us at the time, I didn't connect the dots because there were things in the equation that weren't in the equation now, that are now in the equation, I should say. And I can't think of a better spot for you to land in with some things that we've got coming up. But let's chat a little bit about, you know, moving to Atlanta, getting situated there, and, you know, what the journey has been like there when it comes to trying to find places to work, as an example, and odds and ends, because there's so much more to what we're doing than our live events, guys. Our live events are to bring these guys to you because we feel like you should be watching them. The bigger picture for me is to take these guys that are appearing on our shows and introduce them to our affiliates as well, or other companies that are interested and may want to work with them. It happened at Chapter 4 with 6 different guys, Dallas being one of them. That's the bigger payoff for me, and that's the biggest win for me. And with you being in Atlanta, and there are some companies that we're coming to talk to next month, I just feel like it's lining up. The stars are aligning the way that I think that they need to align for us to make a much bigger impact. So hitting up Atlanta, getting situated there, you know, what's going on and what led to all of this happening.
Yeah, so I was in Virginia. Well, let's go back. 2019, I had came to Atlanta for the first time, right after school, and I literally, or not right after school, but right before I was about to graduate, just to, you know, get the vibe, feel, you know, how it is out here. Not even for wrestling. It was more for just, you know, family, and, you know, spending time with them, and, you know, just like I said, just seeing what the city is like. And then I got an opportunity to wrestle here, my first ever pro show.
Yeah.
Of my career, yeah, and at Atlanta Wrestler Entertainment here in Atlanta, Georgia, and that was I worked on the card with some heavy hitters, man. Calvin Tankman, Colt Cabana, and Helico. Like, it was so crazy to be a part of that, and I didn't even know none of these guys. So, like, looking back on it, it's like, man, like I've been doing this since 18, and it was just like I was so humble at the time. So going back to Virginia, spending some time there, wrestling there, and then moving back here in December last year. I came here first to be closer to my home promotion, which is CCP, and I came here again for my family and just to spend time. I met an amazing woman here. the love of my freaking life, my fiance, and we just been here. We've been loving life and just getting, forget wrestling, just new opportunities at, new jobs, new careers, and then also taking the time to get on my phone and look up some of these promotions and stuff that I can reach out to, or see who I can get in touch with to work for some of these promotions out here, because it's a lot of Georgia promotions, man, that I know for a fact that they want people to come into their establishment and make a big impact wrestling, anything. So it's just like, this is what I came here for. I came here to network. I came here to put my name out here, and I came out here for a new start and just get the work time on top of going to Florida or going anywhere where we're going to this upcoming tour, and just trying to work, trying to get as many reps as I can, man, because that's how you stay active. That's how you stay busy. That's how you stay ready. Just getting them reps. So
when I think about Atlanta, I lived in Atlanta for a couple of years in my younger years. My parents live in Alabama. At Christmas time, I was driving home, and I made a stop along the way, man, and I got to sit down and talk to you and your mom and everybody that is attached to you in some form or fashion. And it was a conversation I had with your mom that it was like, we were standing outside. I was getting ready to leave. Keep in mind, your mom, your spot, my mom's spot's probably about 2 hours apart. And I was not supposed to stop for an hour and a half. I was supposed to stop for about 30 or 45 minutes and get on the road. But I had a conversation with your mom outside. And for me, like, I just took the time to explain to her what I see and what I really want to try to do, and how and everybody.
You stay active. That's how you stay busy. That's how you stay ready.
I think about Atlanta. I lived in Atlanta for a couple of years in my younger years. My parents live in Alabama. At Christmas time, I was driving home, and I made a stop along the way, man, and I got to sit down and talk to you and your mom and everybody that is attached to you in some form or fashion. And it was a conversation I had with your mom that it was like, we were standing outside. I was getting ready to leave. Keep in mind, your mom, your spot, my mom's spot's probably about 2 hours apart. And I was not supposed to stop for an hour and a half. I was supposed to stop for about 30 or 45 minutes and get on the road. But I had a conversation with your mom outside. And for me, like, I just took the time to explain to her what I see and what I really want to try to do and how I want to try and do it. And because I'm a big believer of just being 100%, being straight up, especially when it comes to professional wrestling, because there's a lot of negative out there with it. And I try to stick to the positive. But one of the things that I did tell her, and I don't mind saying it to you, because you walked out at the tail end of that conversation, guys. Like, he comes out like 10 minutes later, like, "You're still here?" Like, yeah, bud, I haven't left yet. But in the confines of this conversation that I had with your mom, she looked at me at the end of it, right before you walked out, and she said, "I trust you." And that goes a long way with me, because just off of conversations that we had, I know a lot about you, and I know a lot about things that we won't talk about, but I know. And there are, when she looked at me and she said that she trusted me, I take that very seriously. Which is, again, that was in December, which is a whole nother reason why Chapter 2 hit me as hard as it did personally, because I literally had this conversation with your mom, and we had tried this and tried to do something a little bit different, and it didn't work. And in the end of the day, you didn't get to work that day. And I was like, that hit me the hardest, is because she had just told me that she trusted me. And then one of the first things that I did, I feel like I made a mistake. But again, Mother Nature, I couldn't control. But being there at your house and talking to everybody and being able to just tell them, this is where I'm at. This is what we're trying to do. Is it going to work? Don't know. I don't. What I do know is that I'm going to try, and I'm going to try hard. 3208. Do that. Okay. Okay. All right. Where are we at? We've done it. Nope, we're still working on it. Got J2, got Atomic, got Heroic. I need DMC. So let's come over here and get DMCs done. Do this. Need DMC. Just right there. We need to turn it. Okay. That right there. Can we make him bigger? Yeah, we can. And we will move his name over here. Duplicate Rochi. Right there. And we need Phineas. Son. And that right there. No. Wait, can I put that on there? And
everything? Yes. Okay. We'll delete that. Take that and put it right there. That. I think we can get back to the episode now. Yep. And project that guy out. Video playback. And we have, where are we at? We're at 3208. Let's remove that. Is because she had just told me that she trusted me. And I'm going to try hard. And to be, in your dwelling is a whole nother level. Like I said, I don't just consider you somebody who works for us on live events, who works on the channel. I mean, I consider you a friend. I think that, that at this point in our relationship, that it's known at this point. I'm not going to run from it. I'm not going to hide from it. I'm not going to pretend that it's not a thing. I genuinely do care about you, and I do care about your well-being, care about the well-being of your missus, care about the well-being of your family. Like that's just how it is and how I roll. And it was one of those things that when chapter 2 didn't go the way I wanted it to, I immediately started thinking about chapter 3. And like, all right, we know that we're going to Los Angeles. We're going to see our friends at Millennium Pro Wrestling. We're going to go hang out and see our friends in Primal Pro Wrestling. And, on a show that we had, 4, 5, 6 guys that were supposed to come out with us. I think you and Caius were the only 2 that were able to make the trip, and you can't fix that. You can't change that. It is what it is. Shit comes up. But I think this Southern California trip was your coming out party. I truly do. You had 3 matches in 3 nights or 3 afternoons. It was a busy travel day. I mean, the thing a lot of people don't know is you got into Southern California at like 3 or 4 a.m. the day of the show, of a Friday night show. You got in that morning. We went to Millennium Pro, we went to the building. We were there at call time. And our good friend Danny Devine, over the course of, December to March, sees you on our streams and sees you, how passionate you are. This is exactly conversations that I had with him on why he booked you on that Friday night, is that he saw how passionate you are, saw how much you were into the Millennium product, saw how you marked out for Kodo Hero. And what I didn't know until later on in the game, I had sent Danny a text and I was like, is Kodo available for the Friday night show? And I got a 2-word response. Already done. So it was already set up. He had already made it happen. Kodo, we'll start with the Friday night show with Millennium Pro, because that was one of your dream matches, and that was one that you said that you really wanted to fucking have. Let's get to it, and let's start talking about Southern California. Start talking about, before we even talk about the match, let me backtrack. My ADHD kicked in. Let's backtrack a minute. When I hit you up with the idea of, hey, Southern California is a thing. Do you want to go? Are you able to go? And then finding out that you've got Kodo on a Friday night. What's that look like for you? Because I'm genuinely curious, because with this adventure that we're taking and not knowing where it's going to end or how it's going to end, you guys, I say you guys, but you are also investing in me to come out and spend the money to travel across the fucking country, to spend the money to come in and try and do this. So when Southern California becomes a viable option and you get the phone call from me, I know that you agreed and like, yep, I'm going to go. We're going to do it. Internally though, like what was going on with you when we find out that we're going to SoCal? And we got 2 shows for sure, but a third one did pop in, and we'll get there in just a minute.
When okay, so let's start with with CCP podcasting. When I started to do more of the streams and the watch parties, like I said, man, that the first time we had a stream, I was so like nervous and unconfident, and then as time moved forward and I got more closer with you and the family, it was just like I was able to ease and really just be myself and showcase my personality. And as time moved forward, we will always just sit there and watch Millennium Pro, and I got so used to Millennium Pro Wrestling. I'm so in tune and intact now. Like,
let's take
favorite MPW wrestlers: Kodo,
from then
Diego,
to now.
Danny, Brennan, freaking Busio, Eddie.
Busio.
Like, I'm so in tune to MPW. So it's so crazy because I say about like 2 years ago, I seen MPW for the first time, and I'm like, man, I want to reach out so bad. I'm like, I don't know if it's the right time. I don't know if it's if it's the wrong move now. And then it just got to a point where like I'm gonna wait. And when you introduced Southern California for the first time, like you said, we didn't know what was going to happen as far as the shows and the matches and all that other stuff. So the announcement comes, Danny hit me, and it's like, hey, we want you to work Friday night Millennium Pro, and I'm just like, wow, like I'm stunned, I'm in shock. And then I find out that I'm wrestling one of who I consider one of this cat to a point where like I'm gonna wait. And when you introduce Southern cat to a point where like I'm gonna wait. And when you introduce Southern California for the first time, like you said, we didn't know what was going to happen as far as the shows and the matches and all that other stuff. So the announcement comes, Danny hit me, and it's like, hey, we want you to work Friday night Millennium Pro, and I'm just like, wow, like I'm stunned, I'm in shock. And then I find out that I'm wrestling one of who I consider one of the best luchadors in the West Coast. And on top of that, like, this is somebody that I wanted to work for a long time, because I didn't watch MPW, but I watched Kodo, and I think he's an amazing, phenomenal talent. So just having that opportunity was so crazy to me. It was so insane. And I loved every single second of it. I was so excited. The preparation for it, just preparing the right way, doing the right things, getting my body, my cardio, my everything up for it. And that the week of the week of the whole weekend basically, I was just watching film in the film room every day, just studying, watching, and trying to process and put together the best possible match I possibly could for that Friday night. So yeah, that was pretty big for me, Millennium Pro, getting that.
Imagine how I felt calling it, dude. Like, for me, I make no bones about it. I'm learning as I go, right? Like, this is just what it is. And I was having a conversation earlier today with Shannon. And while I give Shannon a lot of shit, and I know she's still here watching, Elias is not her favorite wrestler, guys, but I will continue to rib her on that.
Every single second of it. I was so excited. The preparation for it, just, preparing the right way, doing the right things, getting my body, my cardio, my everything up for it. And that the week of the week of the whole weekend basically. I was just watching film in the film room every day, just studying, watching, and trying to process and put together the best possible match I possibly could for that Friday night. So yeah, that was pretty big for me, Millennium Pro, getting that.
Imagine. Eight. Okay, there goes that. All right, for those who are hanging out with me, I will be right back. Give me a few minutes. And then we're back. Okay. New project. Video playback. And we are 3908. Imagine how I felt calling it, dude. Like, for me, you know, I make no bones about it. I'm learning as I go, right? Like, this is just what it is. And I was having a conversation earlier today with Shannon. And while I give Shannon a lot of shit, and I know she's still here watching, Elias is not her favorite wrestler, guys, but I will continue to rib her on that all day, every day. But earlier today, we were having a conversation, and she says to me, one thing that I like about you is that you take everyone's opinion into consideration when it comes to running the shows and what we're trying to do and how we're trying to do it and my overall mentality of it. Well, I told her I would be stupid not to listen to guys like Danny Devine, like J2 Mattioli, and like there are probably 10 to 15 of them that I do reach out to that run companies, that run production things on a weekly or an every other week basis to learn from them. When we went to Southern California, and now this is something that we have not talked about that I'm aware of. Maybe we have, but if we have, great. We'll talk about it live. When getting this thing together, it was all about, for me, I always go back to rebuilding that confidence level in you. I knew that if we got you to Southern California and we got you in a locker room with Danny Devine, with Brendan Devine, with Daniel Moon, with J2, with all of these guys that I have so much fucking respect for, you're going to learn something. You're going to get something out of it other than just a rep in the ring. Devine made no bones about it. He is like, when he gets out here, we'll watch all of his stuff. I'll give him feedback on the spot. Like, this is what we need to do, because he believes in you too. Like, that's the bigger piece to the equation, is like the moment that he said that to me was the moment that if I didn't know that he fucking cared about what we are doing, then I did then. And you know, the Friday night match, it was fun. It was great to sit back and watch. Did everything click and go 100%? No, but it's fucking professional wrestling. Nothing is going to go 100% every way you've got it in your head. What people don't know.
Should we speak on that?
Absolutely. I was about to say what people don't know. It was your first match with Kodo.
Yeah.
You know, so that whole weekend, you know, you're coming into it not necessarily getting the ring reps. You're definitely working out. You're definitely studying. You're definitely doing everything that you can physically do outside of being in a ring and getting into a ring. So with every Friday night, was it a bad match? No, it wasn't. But could it have been better? Right?
Yeah.
Probably so. And will we get another opportunity at it? You're damn right we will, because I'm going to make sure that we do. It wasn't a bad match. It wasn't, but we both opportunity at it. You're damn right we will, because I'm going to make sure that we do. But it wasn't.
Sure.
It wasn't a bad match. It wasn't. But 25. We both know that you could do better. Like I think we can both agree on that. And I think a piece of that was reps. But I'm going to turn it over to you so that you can talk about that and you can discuss it from your perspective.
Yeah, so Friday night. Let's just say this: a professional wrestler knows that you can train, you can work out, you can study, you can do all of that. But one thing that you can't shake off, just like that, is ring rust. And I had a lot of. So I was so more focused on the moment and just being there, and didn't really focused on how smart I needed to be to get through a match with cleanliness and just being in that spot. So Friday wasn't a bad match at all. It was more of just a learning curve for me, and just getting back in tune with professional. I got so much advice. I got so many comments. I even got a few concerns, and it made me want to go through the rest of the weekend with a way better mindset and a way better drive. And I'm appreciative for anybody that was in that locker room who gave me any type of criticism. I was really hurt, and it made the whole weekend more better because I was able to go through the rest of the weekend like, all right, let's go. It's go time. I took that and utilized it for the rest of this weekend. So let's do it.
Well, you scared the shit out of me at one point in that match. I'm not gonna lie. So
Look, hold on. I'm grab something for you.
Yep.
And I'm going to grab something for everybody to see. All right. So
okay. Well, don't ever know what'll happen. Oh, Dallas Dash wants to run and grab something for us to take a peek at. I'm wondering if it's Kodo Jr., which was a spot in the match where he asked for his mask, and I've had it in my pocket. Is it Kodo Jr.?
It is
Kodo Jr. Look at matches too. You even got the right.
And I actually signed it, man. MPW.
Off. Okay, timeout. We gotta close this guy out. That is way off. All right, let's fix it. Bear with me, guys. There we go. You've opened back up. Perfect. Let's sort this. When getting this thing together, it was all about, for me, I always go back to rebuilding that confidence level in you of being in a ring and getting into a ring. So with everything that transpired on the Friday night, was it a bad match? No, it wasn't. But could it have been better? Right?
That you can train, you can work out, you can study, you can do all of that. But one thing that you can't shake off, just like that, is ring rust. And I had a lot of it. So I was so more focused on the moment and just being there, and didn't really focused on how smart I needed to be that Friday to get through a match with cleanliness and just being in that spot. So Friday wasn't a bad match at all. It was more of just a learning curve for me, and just getting back in tune with professional wrestling. I got so much advice. I got so many comments. I even got a few concerns, and it made me want to go through the rest of the weekend with a way better mindset and a way better drive. And I was very much appreciative for anybody that was in that locker room who gave me any type of criticism. I was really grateful for it, and it made the whole weekend more better because I was able to go through the rest of the weekend like, all right, let's go. It's go time. I took, this, took that, and I'm going to utilize it for the rest of this weekend. So let's do it.
Well, you scared the shit out of me at one point in that match. I'm not going to lie. So
look, hold on. I'm gonna grab something for you.
Yep.
And I'm going to grab something for everybody to see. All right. So
okay. Well, you don't ever know what'll happen. Oh, Dallas Dash wants to run and grab something for us to take a peek at. I'm wondering if it's Cotto Jr., which was a spot in the match where he asked for his mask, and I've had it in my pocket. Is it Cotto Jr.?
It is
Cotto Jr. Look at matches too. You even got the right.
And I actually signed it, man. MPW, my first MPW debut, 327, Dallas Dash versus Cotto Hero, and I got a signature at the bottom, man. I'm gonna hang this up. Because MPW was, like I said, man, that was a dream come true to work for a company like that, and I feel like that's the only company that I watch on the West Coast like that. So this was pretty special to me. If you didn't go watch that match, go watch the match because you'll know Cotto Jr.
Millennium Cup Series Night 1 over on Millennium Pro Wrestling's YouTube platform, guys. You definitely need to check it out for sure. And that was just the start of the weekend. And, you did say something a second ago because, again, private conversations we haven't talked about. Talked to several people about our show at Chapter 3 and what came up, week of with Primal Pro on Sunday. That you were a different person on Saturday and Sunday, right? Like, so, whatever was said, and I don't know, we didn't have that conversation about criticism, so I don't know what was said, but whatever was said, it resonated and you took it in and you really utilized it as the constructive. 46-24. Criticism, as well as the praises that were coming your way. Now, Chapter 3 was Good Vibrations, and we had something planned with Chuck Mercer. Of course, Chucky the Plumber, is the biggest coward in the world. Ran from a match with Dallas Dash. For a guy who's supposed to be a badass, he really looked like a puss in my eyes, but that's me, and that's my view and opinion. What people don't know is initially when we were putting Chapter 3 together, I had you in the Battle Royal, and that was the working card. We had you in the Battle Royal, and then this thing with Chuck came up, and it was just too good to pass on. So I was like, got with Danny, got with J2. I was like, let's restructure this because I do think that we can do something with Dallas and Chuck, and it'll be fun. In real talk, Chuck did get injured. The guy, I will always say he's a coward though. But he did get hurt. He cracked some ribs. Still came out and made the show. Still was there, had a presence, but it really opened the door for what I feel was your match of the weekend. And it was, I was talking to Danny D, and I was like, what can we do here? Chuck gets hurt. Who can we pull from where? What can we do where? We had Dustin in the Battle Royal. And before he could text back, or actually I think he did text back, Dustin. And that's exactly kind of where my mind was going. And then we have the opportunity to put the national championship on the line, which, for people that are watching, you may say, or guys that are wrestling, it's just a championship. It's a prop. Well, yes and no. But when you're coming into a new territory and a new market, and you're getting to wrestle one of the top guys on night 2. And Dustin is a 10-year vet at 24 years old, which is fucking insane when you really sit back and think about it. I thought, and I told you guys both after the fact, I thanked you both via private message. I thanked Chuck for the same thing, for taking the time and the care to put together something like this, and do it and do it because you want to do it. You know, it was a different vibe. It was a fantastic match. I got to be in your corner for that match. I took my first bump in 20 plus years. You know, but at the end of the day, you won that audience over. Like, with between Friday night with Kodo and going 20 minutes with Dustin, you know, it was. I still think it's one of your best matches that I've seen, and I'll stand by that until I see something that I feel is better than or on the same level as. I think that you took it to a different level. I think that the crowd really got behind you, and it was believable that we were going to see a title change here. And in a situation of professional wrestling, it's kind of hard to get there, right? To say, oh man, could this happen? Could this really happen? Could some guy that doesn't fucking live here walk out with a national championship? And I just think that I think that's the match that, for me to sit back and know you the way that I do, and talk to you the way that we talk, and as often as we talk, I think that's the match that, when I talk about trying to build your confidence and build that confidence back up, I think that's the match that the switch flipped for me to say, we are definitely doing something right, because polar opposite, you were 100% checked. And I'm not saying you weren't checked in on Friday. I know you were, but you were 1,000% checked in, and you went out and delivered. Let's talk about the match with Dustin. What did it mean to you? And what are your thoughts on everything together as a whole package for Chapter 3?
Yeah, man. So after that Kodo match on Friday night, we we're back at the Airbnb, and after I talked to you guys, I went in the room. And my fiance was okay, and I said, "Yeah, I'll be better tomorrow." She was like, "I know you will," and she was like, "It's just all about how you gonna go about it, and if you're gonna go out there, this can either make you or break you." And I was like, "No, I'm gonna let it make me, and we gonna go out here tomorrow. We're gonna put on a show." That match, like I said, when it got announced, I just knew it was gonna be a good fight, good match. Just with you being at ringside, Chuck being at ringside, and we talk about Chuck like a dog, but people don't know that Chuck has a mind for wrestling, and at like one of the highest levels. And me and Dustin are the same age. He's been doing it for 10 years. I've been doing it for 12 years, and it's the chemistry there. It wasn't really chemistry there because I didn't know Dustin before then. But as we were talking and we were going over things, I'm like, man, me and this guy are about to put on a clinic. And Dustin is really, really good. Dustin is really good. So just going through the match,
fuck is that?
Everything seemed like it was just flowing. It seemed like a movie almost. It just from this to that, to the spots, to the crowd, to just the timing. Everything just seemed like it was just on. And yeah, that probably was considered my best match that I had that weekend, and I feel that in my heart that was one of my best matches that weekend, if not the best.
I will throw a massive shout out to Dustin Daniels for
sure,
really doing his part there and knowing the assignment and executing it. It was a really great match. It wasn't the only match that you had that weekend. Something that came up along the way. And again, when we travel, I don't ever know. Like I just don't know if there are other opportunities that are going to present themselves or they're not. There was, and knowing the assignment and executing it. It was a really great match. It wasn't the only match that you had that weekend. Something that came up along the way. It was a really great match. It wasn't. Okay, we are at 53 minutes. That's why. I'm stupid, guys. Y'all have to look past me. I was like, why did this change? It's because it changed because I left the fucking room that I was supposed to be in to have the camera where it needs to be. You think I know what the hell I'm doing at this point, right? Just bear with me. Here's that. Here's this. Here's this. Blow that guy up. There we go. Finally, it's fixed. What are we looking at? 53 minutes. Clip 5 is Dustin Daniels. No, we're not, because I'm going to have to knock on your door when I can afford to pay you. Okay. Alright, let's come over here. Executing it. It was a really great match. It wasn't the only match that you had that weekend. Something that came up along the way. And again, when we travel, I don't ever know. I just don't know if there are other opportunities that are going to present themselves or they're not. There was another opportunity, and we took the drive to San Diego. And went down on that Sunday, and you get another opportunity for Primal, and it's against J2. And you know, for me, I don't look at I look at my role in all this as very minimal, and I'm really loving the fact of managing. I like screaming, I like yelling, I like trying to get the crowd going. I like pounding on the apron when it's too fucking quiet. I like to try and get something going, and I'm watching this thing with you and J2, and it's a hell of a match, and something that I take a lot out of this, and it has nothing to do with me and has everything to do with you. When it comes to Millennium Pro and it comes to Primal Pro, I was there. I was there both times that these conversations happened. Anytime that you're out here, you got a home here. And for me and the platform and what we're trying to do, that is the chef's kiss on everything that we're doing, because it's showing that it's working a little bit. You know, if we can get just a little momentum going and get you guys in places that you haven't been before, in front of the new audiences. I've said it a million times. People just got to see you. And when they see you, the rest is going to be history, right? Like, and this was a really prime example of that. I was there with you and J2 working the match out. I wasn't involved in it, but I was watching, and I was watching how checked in you were, and I was watching how checked in J2 was. You guys still went out there and had a goddamn good match. You break out for the first time in the Primal compound, the Shooting Star Press, that blew the fucking roof off. And that was the one thing that I heard in the back while you were changing was, God, that shooting star. Yeah. You showed up. You might not have got the dub, but you left a lasting impression with that audience. And that is what I look for. Talk about Primal. Let's talk about J2. Let's talk about this insane ovation for the shooting star that was being ringside for. It gave me goosebumps. I'm not going to lie. I got goosebumps on that. But I want to hear it from your perspective, man, because again, this is happening to you. You're the one that's doing all of this. You're the guy that's getting in the ring and backing it up. I'm just the guy that's saying, you need to watch him. And there's a difference between saying you need to watch him and then they actually bring you in. They see what you're doing. Then you're getting this. Anytime you're out here, let me know. And I think that that's the biggest win. But let's talk J2. Let's talk Primal. Let's talk the Primal compound, brother. Go ahead.
Before we start, I want to give a special shout out to San Diego, California, man, because they came to Primal Rage that Sunday and showed their ass, man. I like every single match. They were just so rowdy, so in tune, man. They were just so as we say lit. They were so lit up, man. And it was so crazy just being in the Primal compound for the first time, just walking in that building and you know, seeing everybody going through their stuff and, you know, just talking, and you can tell they are a big family, man. They're just a big family full of creative geniuses when it comes to the wrestling world. So just being in there, I felt like a little fish in a pond, man, full of freaking sharks. And it's just like, I don't know, it was so overwhelming. But it was also like, hey, this is it. This is what we're gonna top off the weekend with, a banger. And J2 is that guy, man. If you haven't seen him wrestle, if you haven't met him in person, J2 is that guy. The playmaker. They call him that for a reason, because that dude is so intact with just the wrestling world and so has a such of a creative mindset, man.
Sorry if you
And
guys hear
I
the
feel like
lawn
he's one of the
guys.
best workers in California. He is a dog. Just like I said, Primal definitely capped off the weekend for me. Just being there, going through that match with J2 was a phenomenal match. Everything was great. The timing, the crowd work, everything was great. But yeah, Primal definitely topped off the whole weekend. And as far as the shooting star, they when I got in the back, they told me that was I was the first person to ever do that in the compound. And it definitely shocked me because I'm like, man, you got all these people in here, man. They be doing all this crazy stuff, bro. Like, yeah, it was definitely crazy, man. That whole show was just insane, man. I'm truly grateful for the Cali weekend in a whole, man. That was my first time. Like I tell everybody, that was my first time ever being in California in general. Forget wrestling. So just being on the West Coast for the first time is such a vibe. Such a great place to be. Very expensive,
No
but
shit.
oh yeah, very
Tell me
very
about
expensive.
it.
Very expensive, but I mean, it's all in all, man. I had such a fun time. My fiance has such a fun time. I know we have. All in all, man, I had such a fun time.
That. Guys, give me just a second, please. Be right back. need to let can't say that out loud on a microphone.
Shut the fuck up, you're going in your crate. Y'all are. I got it. Love you. We're almost there. We're almost through with this show. I can't believe it, guys. This will be 2 edits this morning in fucking 4 hours. All right. We're at 59 minutes. Tell me about it.
Very expensive, but I mean, it's all in all, man. I had such a fun time. My fiance had such a fun time. I know we had an amazing time as CCP family, just coming out there. So, yeah, man, Cali was great.
Wendy says in chat, she says, to be fair, all the matches that Dallas had wrestled in California, they were all amazing and fantastic. So
thank you, Wendy.
Wendy, we are our own worst critics when it comes to professional wrestling. So we nitpick, and we nitpick a lot to get to a polished, finished product. You know, we were building to chapter 4. Of course, chapter 1, you had your qualifying match against Elias. And you pulled the win there, so you were already coming to chapter 4. Now, this is where I say, here's some fun facts that you guys are going to get. Originally, Dallas was not slated to be our first heavyweight champion. I had someone else in mind. I was thinking about as we were booking some stuff out. There were some dates that they couldn't make, and which is all understandable, and it is what it is. It's professional wrestling, and with our platform, you know, unless you've got our championship, which I would expect you to be at every one of our shows. I have a policy. In Dallas, you can attest to this. I tell everybody, if I book you, especially if you're a traveling guy and you have some notoriety, if you get a better opportunity or something presents itself that is way better and bigger than what I can offer at the time, I will be mad at you if you don't take it. That's kind of what happened. Is kind of what happened in this regard. Like, I've gotta have people for certain dates where we've got stuff that's already booked, it's already announced, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I have a conversation with Harry and Shannon, and you know, I'm thinking, and I'm like, you know, what can we do here? What's possible? What's viable? Here are the options that we have, because these guys are booked on all of our shows moving forward. So this is going to be kind of a situation to where do we need to go, and what's going to be more beneficial for us at this point in time. And that was when I landed on you, and I was like, I think we go with Dallas here. And Harry and Shannon both leave creative and all that up to me. They ask questions, but rightfully so. If they're putting up half the money, they're going to have questions, and I'm going to answer them. I laid out why I felt like this was the right option and the right way to go. This is not even 48 hours ago when we finally get here. This is something we've been working on since November of last year. It's had my full attention leading up to this past weekend. We had a hell of a show. It was our largest crowd that we've ever drawn. And we presented a one-night tournament where I think the story of the tournament was really good, and called me, you know, biased for, you know, kind of being the man that was like, this should be kind of what we need to do here. We had you and Skrilla in the first round, and that's a match that you asked for. You just like, I really want to work with Skrilla. I think and to be fair, you asked to go on first. So I said, yeah, sure, no problem. We'll make that happen. We had Yasin Khan, fan-fucking-tastic dude. Primal Pro Wrestling's heavyweight champion. He was your second round match. And with that specifically, like with Yasin, I told him, you know, prior to, so I say, guys, you're going to get information you didn't know about. I was like, you know, if I want you to come out, I just got to figure out a creative way to eliminate you so that you don't lose any of the mystique that the Yasin Khan character has. Because Khan is great. Yeah. He is a on top of being a great worker, fantastic human being. Will not ever say that in public because he'll chop the shit out of me, and I don't want any part of that. I saw what he did to you. You still got his handprint on your chest, probably. And we go to the finals with you and Ennis, and the story throughout this, and it's available on our YouTube page, guys. Is I was like, you know, with Khan being a monster, I was like, we got to work the ribs. We got to do something with the ribs, because at that point it makes sense for him to not make the finals. It makes sense for a decision to be reversed. It makes sense to have Ennis pay him off. It makes sense to do a couple of different things to really set this up and make this happen. Now, what people don't know is in match 1, there was a slip on the top rope.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something about that slip. So in my head, I was wondering if it was an intentional slip, because we were going with the story of the ribs. Whether it was or it fucking wasn't, I don't know if you listened to the commentary. I said it was. I said, remember, guys, this started in match 1. That fall to the apron, then Skrilla with a chair, then Khan with a vicious bear hug. Like, how is he going to make this happen? How is this going to work? And of course we get to the crescendo and you walk out with our heavyweight championship. Before we talk about the tournament itself, I want to talk about the phone call, because I picked up the phone several weeks beforehand and was like, this is what's up. This is where we're at. This is what we're going to do. And you're going to be the guy. You weren't expecting that phone call, because initially I had you and Khan in the first round, and Khan was going to ragdoll you. But that, again, it's all about opportunity and what presents it when and how an opportunity presented itself. And I think we made the right decision. So getting the phone call, knowing what's going to happen here and where we're going to go, and the tournament itself, let's chat and let's talk about it from your perspective, because I couldn't be prouder of you for the performances that were put in for all 3 matches that you had, the end result, and just being able to strap that belt to your waist and raise your arm in the air. To me, as a dude who's trying to build confidence in somebody, doesn't get better than that. That is exactly why the fuck we're doing this.
Yep. Phone call. The phone call came as soon as I got off of work. I literally got home after a long day, and I'm like,
doesn't get better than that. That is exactly why the fuck we're doing this.
Yep. Phone call. The phone call came as soon as I got off of work. I literally got home after a long day, and I'm like, oh, well, time to shower, time to, wind down and relax, eat me some good food, and chill. And as soon as I'm about to, get my stuff together, I get a call from you, and you was like, hey, I had this plan, but I think it's time now. And I'm like, everything just kind of stopped for a second. And I'm like, this is it. Like this is the moment where I'm going to be the guy, the example, the leader. And I just took it all in. I took it all in, and I immediately just prayed. Like, after I got off the phone with you, I just prayed and hoped everything would work out, the way it was supposed to. And, just ask for everything. And I asked him to make me a better person, make me stronger, make me more wise, and just have a clearer mindset going into this tournament, and, working at my best ability to get through it, not only to get through it, but to win the title and raise it and have a ovation from the crowd, and for them to know, like, hey, he deserves to be in this spot. So that call, it was, like I said, an unexpected call, unexpected things that you said, and it was just like, if he trusts me enough to be in this spot, then let's do it. Like, this is the time frame of, if you didn't have confidence now, this is the time to get it.
Apologies, guys. I had to take a business call. And do I still even have anybody here? Yeah, it looks like we do. Shocked if you guys hung out. Well, there was nothing on the screen. All right, let's finish this Dallas show out. We're at 108.
Big boy draws and let's get to work. So yeah, just going through the tournament. I want to speak on the slip. The slip. Yeah, man. I before I come in to an arena and I shake everybody's hand and all that good. I checked the ring. And I was doing a whole bunch of just high fly stuff with the ropes because I knew I was gonna be doing that a lot. And I actually springboard, and it looked great. And when I did it, I slipped. When I pulled up, my foot got caught on it, and then I just jumped down. But as I'm jumping down, the apron just kind of grazed me, and I'm like, oh, like as a wrestler, you know, when you botch a spot, it's like, damn it. But when I hit the apron, it was like, okay, well, maybe this could work in our favor because we were already planning on working the ribs the whole tournament. So it was the best worst mistake I could have ever made. So
I looked at it.
It was just great.
I looked at it the same way, but I immediately went into, call it the worker in me, right? Like, and I think that this was the first show that I pulled commentary on, and I think it was beneficial because, like, I immediately pivoted. Like, oh shit, watch the ribs. Oh no, now Skrilla's got a chair. Like, oh shit, now what's gonna happen next? And like, I think that we did work it into to it making sense overall. And even when you came out or for your match with Khan, I brought it up a second time, and knowing what was going to happen and where we were going to go, that I wasn't going to be on commentary for the final match. And I was like, I need to make sure that I get this out one more time and at least put it over that this guy's ribs is jacked, and I need to go and get updates. I need to go and get conditions. I need to find out what's happening and what's going on. But of course, that's the finals. Let's talk about your opening match with Skrilla. Let's talk about Khan, and let's talk about the finals itself. And then we're going to get into what's coming up next.
Yeah, Skrilla, Georgia boy.
And we're going to get into what's coming up next. Zeus, I'm gonna need for you to stop, or you're going to your crate.
Yeah, Skrilla, Georgia boy. He is a phenomenal talent. I've been watching Skrilla for a little minute now, and like I said, I asked you, like, hey, I want Skrilla, man, Skrilla, and just the first round matchup. I'm like, hey, let's go in here, let's work. Skrilla, he's really technically sound, man, and he's a hell of a worker. Just being in the ring with him, he's one of those soft-spoken, dangerous people. Like he's just one of those ones that he'll make you work, and he'll piss some people off while doing it. Yeah, man, Skrilla's great. But I talked to Skrilla, and I was like, hey, let's finish it in a way that people who watch CCP can understand. I missed chapter 2, and Skrilla beat J2 by backsliding and putting his feet on the ropes. And as the feud went on, leading up to that match, I told Skrilla, I'm like, hey, you pulled some BS, man, to win that match. And Skrilla basically shot back at me. He was like, hey, you're not gonna go and do what it takes to beat me. So I basically beat him at his own game by, putting my feet on the ropes and giving me a little leverage to get that win. So, yeah, man, Skrilla's a great opponent, but I just outsmarted him in the match, man.
It was a great match, and is one that I've had several conversations about that I haven't talked to anybody about yet, but we'll talk later about it. But it was definitely one that stood out. But and then you get Yasin Khan, and a post match, obviously Skrilla with a chair lays into the ribs and the back, and we start laying the foundation for. In my head, I'm thinking if we do this and we do it this way, that when you come out for your second match, people are just going to assume you're going to lose. And if we have Khan very dominant in this opening match, that's going to play. I feel like that's going to play into a piece of the story, and then going with the finish that we went with. That's I'm questioning, right? Like as I watched it back, I was like, it looked good. It did. But I was like, man, maybe we could have done something different and still got to the same result. But at the end of the day, I thought the match with Khan was exactly what it needed to be. You had a couple of really good hope spots, and it really, what I was envisioning was going to set the foundation for the finals, right? Which was $113, $12. Okay. Oh, urgently hiring. You're going to need more than that if you want to secure the services. Let's go here. Okay. Stop it. Hulk, bite the shit out of him. Then he'll learn. You're bigger. Yes, the Hulkster. Big boy right there. Alright. Review. And submit. Zeus, knock it the fuck off, bro. You're about to go in your crate. Ugh.
Let's do this. Mm-mm. Oh, that's another student. Boom. Continue. Yes, I am. Yes, I do. I am currently. Nope, I do not. Submit. Alright, let's come back over here. Finish this. We're gonna 113.12. Was exactly what it needed to be. You had a couple of really good hope spots. And it really, what I was envisioning was going to set the foundation for the finals, right? Which was always going to be Ennis in the finals for sure. There was never a doubt about that. That was, and he was on my list to be one of the original champions too. And I almost vomit in my mouth when I say this. I fucking love the Ennis. I love him as a person. I hate him as a personality on camera, but behind the scenes and, you know, just his brain for the business in general is something that we should acknowledge, because he has a head for what he's doing and what he's doing inside that ring. Getting the opportunity, obviously working with Matthew. It is the finals. This is a 3-hour show. Everybody's been here for fucking ever. It's rough to begin with, but you guys went out and did some good stuff playing off of what we have established earlier in the show. You know, for you working with Ennis in the finals, how did you feel about that? And then obviously, you know, the moment that 3 count happens, and again, there's something that you didn't know. Like, I didn't know. I had no intentions of being in your corner for that match, but as you know, we're setting that up and you're coming out and you're literally crawling up the stairs to get to the ring. Like, I was like, damn, dude, like if I just walk away and, you know, go to commentary, like that's not, I just, you know, the worker in me, I was like, I'm going to be right here. Cause I knew that we had some fans right there at ringside that were going to get into it, you know, and they did. And again, running a 3-hour show, I'm thinking in my head, it's like, how can I keep them invested? How can I keep the crowd invested for this main event? Like, what can we do? And it just came to me that I was just going to stand there and pound on the apron and be a cheerleader, and to have a better view of what you guys were putting together and how it was being put together and the finished result. And I see the shooting star, and I'm like, oh shit, we're going to the finish. We're going to the finish. And I'm listening. I hear the 1, 2, 3, and then we get the crowd reaction. And then I see your reaction in the ring, brother. And there were some tears that were very real. There was a lot there. For me, it wasn't just crowning you as our first heavyweight champion. It wasn't being able to have a moment with you in the ring to strap the belt to you.
thinking about your missus who was sitting ringside and being there to witness this. And then I found out after the fact that you kept your promise and you didn't tell nobody what was going on, how it was going on. I heard that the missus wasn't feeling well and wanted to get in the car, and you kept saying, just stay. To the degree, according to Shannon, she thought that you were legitimately hurt. And Shannon had to tell her that because again, we had a situation in Chatsworth, and I said, did you in the future, because she was very concerned from what I'm hearing. I told Shannon, I was like, if I don't come and get you, there's not a problem. If I come and get you, there's a problem. Because I go back to Chatsworth, I couldn't be back there with you. You got the wind knocked out of you, but I came off of commentary and went straight to the back and saw what was going on. I physically couldn't be there, but I knew somebody who could. And I went and got her immediately and said, I need you to come back here. I just need for you to hang out and make sure that he is okay. Right? Like, that's the bigger thing. So to win the championship, number one, to do it in front of your fiance, and then to do it in Orlando, let me hear it, because this is the first time that we've really talked at length since Saturday. So the reality is setting in at this point. Let's talk about you being the champion and that moment, if you will.
Yeah. Before we get into it, shout out to Khan, man. Khan is a freaking menace, man. I didn't go watch that whole show back, but specifically me and Khan, second round matchup, Khan beat my ass. Bad. Like, Khan beat me down. And I think it was one of those things where it's just like, hey, for a fact, you're going over, you got to work for this. And I was willing to work for it. And I did. And that second round matchup, if y'all think that, everything was just peaches and cream, no, Khan made me work. And I loved every single second of it. So shout out to Khan, man. Khan is a menace. He's a beast. He's a freak of nature and one of the best big men that I ever worked in my life.
Had nothing but positive things to say about you too, brother. Just so you're aware. Nothing but positive things to say about you.
Shout out to Khan, man. Ennis, let's get into this. Ennis is such an asshole as a wrestler that
he is.
I didn't think that Ennis would be that nice, man. He's a very, very cool guy, man. Ennis is a real nice guy outside of wrestling, man. And, just talking to him and, getting advice from him, getting, tips and pointers and, just criticism from the previous matches before we even got there. I knew for a fact that main was going to be great. And, we were going to work the crowd and we were going to get them to, feel that main event and, get behind it, get behind the story, the finish of the story. We're at the peak, and we literally about to tear the roof off the place. Once I win, so we go through the match in the back. We get out there. Like I said, that second round matchup, most of the third round, the final round, championship round, theatrics of it was real. Me being beat down, me, just giving that last little bit of fight. That's what kind of brought the tears, man. Just reflecting on everything that I've been through, everything that I went through in the industry, everything that I've accomplished in the industry, all the trials and tribulations, everything just kind of built up inside because I knew we was getting to that moment. So yeah, just going through the match, being beat down some more before, I had to build up some type of last minute strength to, kick a few maneuvers before we get to the shooting star. Just climbing up that rope it felt like the movie, The Wrestler. I don't know if you ever watched that movie,
Of
but
course.
yeah, just climbing to that last rope. Yeah, just climbing up to that last rope, building that strength to pick myself up, looking out at the fans, looking out at you, looking out at my fiance. It was just like, this is where everything changes. And I hit the move 1, 2, 3, and from there, man, I just looked over my fiance. Like you said, I kept my promise. I didn't tell anybody. So when she saw me win, it was just like she smiled. She was just so in shock. And I'm looking at everybody else. They're just clapping, and I see. Shout out to Harry's wife, because she was the only one who didn't bet against me when we was going through these predictions.
Yes.
Yeah. We next time I see Golf, Paul, JB, all of them, I'm gonna let them know about themselves. But we're gonna. That's another story to tell. But Con, man. Um, Ennis, let's get into this. Ennis is such an asshole as a wrestler that
Yes, he is.
Ennis, let's get into this. Was
All right. We are almost done with this. I'm trying to get done by noon. Just got a watch party at 2:00. And then a Beyond the Bell, I think at like 5 or 6. Oh, that's what I can do. Go over here. Do Baracco. And where's Instagram? Instagram's right there.
that. We need to save that image. Oh, I already have one. I already have a couple. Bring that up. I think we got better pictures than that of Gage. Messages. Gage. Okay, got that, got that. I think I need... what was that guy's name? I always space out on fucking names. That can go away. That can go away. We need to get back over here. I'll get to that in just a minute. And here. 121.52.
Yeah, we next time I see Golf, Paul, JB, all of them, I'm gonna let them know about themselves. But we're gonna that's another story to tell. But that moment, man, it really all didn't hit me until you laid the belt in front of me. That moment, man. It really all didn't hit me until you laid the belt in front of me. and he was able to stand up on my 2 feet. I gave you the belt back. It was never about the belt, man. It was just about building confidence, like you said, and having the strength to do this for a very long time, but not only to do this, but to do it on the highest level. And I felt like all those guys on chapter 4 was on the highest level. And now that, I am the first ever CCP World Heavyweight Champion, I'm on that level. And I got to look at that moving forward. I'm on that level. And I'm able to compete with the best. And even moving forward, any opportunity that I get or any opportunity that I give, I'm gonna look at it like that. I'm on a high level, and nobody can take this away from me. I submitted my name in the history books, like I said that I was gonna do, and that's that. That's that. Now we here, and I'm looking at you, and I wanted to take the time out to say I appreciate you for changing my life, man. You definitely gave me a second chance at this thing, and like I said, I wasn't gonna take advantage of it, and I was gonna utilize it to the fullest potential that I could do, and I'm gonna give everything that I could possibly give, man. So I appreciate you, appreciate CCP and all my family.
Well, I'm gonna tell you
for just being.
I don't mean to step on you, brother. Go ahead, finish. I know you want to thank obviously your family. Go ahead.
Yo, no. Thank CCP. Thank the CCP family, my friends, fans for just being behind me all these years of me just living out my dream and overcoming the odds. So yeah, man, that's pretty much it.
I'll tell you, kind of like I told GMJ at 12:30 this morning. GMJ was also one of the 6 that we've had people reach out and say, "Hey, can you put me in touch with?" Like he sent me a very, thanking me for what we do and how we're going to be a really big platform. I mean, we are a big platform now, but we're going to be a major platform here real soon. And I told him, I'll tell you the same thing, man. Like, you don't have to thank me for just showing you what's already there, right? Like, I don't do good with compliments. I don't do good with being, I told him, I'll tell you the same thing, man. Like, you don't have to thank me for just showing you what's already there, right? Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is clip. is next? Okay. I don't do good with compliments. I don't do good with being, because I don't do this for me. I do this for our audience. I do this because we've built this over the last 2.5, going on 3 years now. And to start at zero, to be where we're at now, I mean, that's enough for me. Like, I just really believe in the scene. And I think that while the playing field may not be level 100%, we can do some stuff to maybe change that. And if this is an indication, then we are definitely on the right track to leave a stamp, not just for, guys like you, because again, the platform is, these are people you should be watching. Some of the criticisms that I got from the show last night was, there's not a whole lot of, there's characters, but there wasn't a whole lot of character. Well, I'm not here to sell characters. I'm selling professional wrestling. That's what I'm selling. I'm selling guys that you should be watching, whether it's character work, whether it's in-ring work, whether it's mic work, whatever it is, you should be watching them. You should be paying attention to them. So the character side of the equation always comes, but that's not my be-all, end-all. It is really putting and using the platform and using it in a positive way. And this is the biggest positive way that I think we can do that. And big deal. It was a big deal for the channel. It's a big deal for the platform. Nobody's going to take it as seriously as I do and the guys that work with us on this platform. There's 11 of us. This is a village. It takes a village to do this. It doesn't take one person, right? And truly, am still kind of soaking in this past weekend and soaking in the overall. Like, it's still not completely sunk in with how much positive came out of this weekend, outside of, you know, having an indoor record for us, outside of, you know, you guys going out and showing off and showing out. It was the many DMs that I've had to go through since Saturday from people all over the world who tuned into this, not just promoters, not just talent. We're talking producers. We're talking a lot. There's a lot of things that are going on, and a lot of you got seen that hadn't been seen before. And that is the again, chef's kiss on what we're building and what we're trying to build here. I am very proud of you. I'm very proud of what you've done and how far you've come since we've known each other. And I know that there's, you know, like Roddy Piper used to say, just when you think you've got the answers, he changes the questions, right? And you are definitely working that, and you're doing a phenomenal job, which is, again, before the show hit, I've hit up so many platforms just to say, hey, guys, we're crowning our champion this weekend. And I would love to get him out on your show. You did a podcast earlier today. You've got one coming up. I think you have 2 more coming up that I'm aware of. I don't know dates just yet, but there's stuff out there. And a piece of this is getting the word out and making sure that people know who the fuck you are, because you deserve it. You put in the work for it, not me. I just, like I told GMJ, I just happen to have a really good platform that we've built really good relationships with, that we continue to build. All you just have to do you. And if you do you, people will see what I see. And this weekend, proof positive of that. You, Slade Porter, Skrilla the Great, Matthew Ennis, Elias Roman, I'm forgetting, GMJ. There were 6 of you that literally, they were like, can you put us in touch with? Because we want to try and do something down the line. Don't know when, don't know how. That, again, tells me that we did something right. And as we get ready to start winding things down, because we went way longer than I thought we were going to go, brother, but I don't care. Chapter, you know, there's no rest. There's no rest for the weary, man. Chapter 5 is indeed right around the corner. We're less than 3 weeks away. And I announced yesterday our main event, our piece of the main event. Thought we were going to go, brother, but I don't care. Chapter, you know, there's no rest for the. You know, there's no rest for the weary, man. Chapter 5 is indeed right around the corner. We're less than 3 weeks away. And I announced yesterday our main event, our piece of the main event. This will be a double main event show. Fatal 4-way. I mean, you talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. Mims from the National Wrestling Alliance. JDX from up north, and Samael Falsey are all 3 guys that I put in the same category that I put you in. They're guys that you should be fucking watching. You will be defending. It's your first championship title defense. JB is already saying that I got something against you for putting you in a 4-way on the first defense, but I'm more about, you know, you already showed us what you're capable of, and now is an opportunity for you to expand on that and to show everyone that you can be the heavyweight champion. And I can't think of a better way than coming out of this, if you retain the title over 4 quality fucking competitors, 3 quality fucking competitors. I don't think anybody can doubt you at that point. So I don't even know if you knew what the full main event was going to be, but I dropped it last night. Let's talk about it for a minute. What are you thinking about when you hear the names JDX, Mims, and Samael Falsey, and all of them having a resume that is, you know, they could leave with the belt. You don't have to be involved in the decision. There's a lot of things that play into this. What are your thoughts? What are you thinking?
Right, let me get one more thing. One more thing. One more thing.
And he is off again. Quality fucking competitors. 3 quality fucking competitors. I don't think anybody can doubt you at that point. So I don't even know if you knew what the full main event was going to be, but I dropped it last night. Let's talk about it for a minute. What are you thinking about when you hear the names JDX, Mims, and Samael Fawzi, and all of them having a resume that is, you know, they could leave with the belt. You don't have to be involved in the decision. There's a lot of things that play into this. What are your thoughts? What are you thinking?
Right, let me get one more thing. One more thing.
To this. What are your thoughts? What are you thinking?
Right, let me get one more thing. One more thing. One more thing.
And he is off again. This has been a great conversation, guys. As he steps away, I will go ahead and tell you we will be live as soon as we wrap this up. We'll be back on around 7 o'clock, maybe a little bit after, for a watch party for all of you out here that are taking a peek at us and checking out what we got going on.
There you go.
You got the jacket?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? What are you thinking?
One thing about it, CP, I don't give a damn who you put in front of me. They could be from the NWA. They could be from the AWA. They could be from the WWE, AEW, TNA, ROH. At this point now, you put the gold in the right man's hands. So with that being said, May 16th, 2026, live from Orlando at Chapter 5 Victory, the Ranger Dallas Dash, he's bringing something totally different from what you've seen. You thought that Chapter 1, Chapter 3, and Chapter 4 was my coming out party? Nah. You talking to the champ now. So Chapter 5, I'll best believe I'm going to bring my A, B, C, and D game.
It's more like 132, I would think. And I think this is the last clip. Yay. Hey Goth, yeah man, it's what happens. This is when you lose your job and now you're unemployed and you have a lot of work to do, you can just sit here and get it done. So yeah. It's just the last clip that I'm cutting, and then I'm gonna sign off, and I'll be seeing you in a couple of hours as we check out Fringe Mania. I know that's gonna be a thing. February, March, April, May. Is it done? Nope, not yet. Well, for those who have hung out for the last 5 hours while I've edited content, I appreciate you. This is where I'm going to sign off because I'll be back in a couple hours with Goth, and we'll be watching 3 hours of Riot City Wrestling, the entire Fringe Mania 2026. It's going to go down at 2 p.m. Eastern. And then later on this afternoon, we've got Javier Baja coming in from Primal Pro Wrestling for Beyond the Bell. So if you would be so kind as to join me in a couple hours, we'll have the gimmicky one from the Netherlands in the house, and we'll be checking out some good shit. We'll see you soon.